Very good day everybody, welcome to another video. This is your personal funky sim pilot. My name is Arkady Gidzenko and I will be your captain for today's flight. Today's flight will be another one of our long hauls series that we've been doing recently. And this one will take us from Montreal in Canada to, once again to Rome. We flew to Rome earlier this week as well. This time we'll be flying the Alitalia livery, the MD-11 by TFDi design. This is the passenger variant with Alitalia livery. I believe I downloaded the livery myself on flightsim.to. It is just an awesome livery. I mean, look at it. Let's get the thumb out of the way here. So we're parked here at Montreal Airport at one of the gates, the heavy gates. We have the ground power connected and the jetways connected too. Airport de Montréal. You see that right there. So this thing is exceptionally noisy. So let's keep a little bit of distance. But look at her. It's the Alitalia livery. Alitalia no longer fly. They changed their name and it's a different kind of company now. But this used to be the biggest airline, biggest airline in Italy. And when I saw this, I was like hooked. I was like, I want this. This looks just so cool. And check the mirroring here on the wing. That is so cool, man. Look at it. You can see the windows. I really like it. So anyway, let's not nerd out too much, I guess. So here it is. We're using GSX and the Airsoft Simple Traffic tool. We're using real world time and real world weather. There's an Icelander parked next to us. As you can see, real world time in Canada, in Montreal. The sun is about to set. I think by the time we are ready for takeoff, the sun might actually already be down. So let's just enjoy the outside view. But obviously, once we get to Rome, we get to see the outside as well, because then by that time it will be daylight again. I'm not sure if we will be seeing passengers. I did want to check something, and I think we can actually peek through here. I'm curious if this GSX opens the door for us, yes or no. So let's just go. No, it doesn't. So look at it. So the door is not open. So perhaps we need to open the door ourselves. That shouldn't be any problem. So that will be the second passenger door on the left. Alright, so let's go in. We have the tablet on our left, we have the dispatch here, we got our flight plan. So the airtime, looking at 7 hours and 27 minutes of flight time. Cost index 200. Cruising altitude 37,000 feet. And from Montreal to Rome, Fiumicino International Airport. I'm not sure if I pronounced it, probably butchered it, but there it is. Okay. Alright, so actually I might not even have flown this delivery before. Don't know when I downloaded it, but well, no, doesn't matter too much. We're here now and we're ready to have some fun with it. This will be, as I said, one of the long hauls series. So if you are intending to sit through the entire thing, then please be warned. Little advice, because it will be a very understimulating experience. Just look at these dirty things. I really like it. Looks like used and abused and worn. Basically what you would expect from an old plane. You know, these are old planes. So yeah. Alright. So what do we do again? We've had, like, I believe 2 pretty successful landings in this airplane recently, so I figured let's just fly it again and get a little bit more acquainted. There was something with the let's have a look at the with the electricity, with the emergency AC, the emergency power, and causing the basically causing to display a message here on the on the EFIS or the ICAS system, I should say, in the ICAS display, saying the battery is draining, even though at some point the external power was actually on. And then basically what I did was switch it back from, it was an arm, and I switched it back to off and then arm again, and then it would sort of reset. So I'm not really sure, maybe that's actually just simply the way to do it. Wouldn't necessarily make sense to me, but, you know, reality is under no obligation to make sense to you, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says about the universe. And I tend to agree. Alright, man, so let's get this thing going. So battery power on. And then something sort of happens, right? But usually when you turn on the emergency power, you arm it, and actually something starts to happen. I'm just now not sure. It says now emergency power is on. So what if we turn it off and then on arm again, like immediately? I don't know. We'll see this later. At least now it does not appear to be saying batteries discharging, but maybe that could still happen, I don't know. And otherwise we fix it. Alright, so first things first, start up the IRS system, the inertial reference system. So this is basically your navigational system the aircraft is using, and at least get some lights for safety, so the nav lights can go on. Let's also turn on the logo lights. And I think with that we're pretty much set. One more thing is our doors. So passenger 1L, 2L moving. And do we have any visual on that anywhere? We have a doors page perhaps. Do we have pages? Config. These screens are not yet on. What is this line that oh, maybe I was, okay. We were inside something. Alright. So let's go request boarding. So let's have another look outside. So the door should be open. I would like to see passengers. We didn't see passengers previously, but as you can see, the door is open. So at least that could help. And that's what I mean. It says waiting for your action, but then it does it itself. I mean, I know that I'm not doing it, right? So somebody else must be doing it, or something else. Anything else but me. So why ask me? And, you know, I don't know what to tell you. I'm a very simple man with a very complex psychology, you know. Just kidding, of course. And I'm a bad liar. Right, pilot boarding starting, so let's get back inside. Let's set everything up. So the boarding process is now beginning. So what we'll need to do, we set up the FMC.
Crew boarding starting.
External power available. We turned on the external power, didn't we? Oh, we didn't turn it on yet. There it is, of course. That's what I was missing. I must say I noticed I'm getting a little bit tired. after a long day celebrating the Easter.
Your crew has boarded. Passengers boarding starting.
So now we have FMC1. So that's one I couldn't find. So check this out. Battery discharging. Emergency power on. Battery discharging. So we did not fix that yet. So it is thinking the emergency power is on, but it's actually simply armed. So off and arm, and now it's no longer on. So maybe it needs it to start up the plane or something. I think it's something like that. It's nothing too big. We can always fix it. Alright, so we have 4 passengers on board. I am really curious again, see if we have passengers. So let's see if we can see them. If they actually sit down, that would be really nice. I don't think so. They walk in, they walk right through the, well, just like this lady here, and then they disappear. So that's a bit of a shame. I did add the aircraft. Man, that's loud. I did add the aircraft to a GSX. Maybe it's worth looking into it, but I'm not really sure what's going on there. So, anyway. So, flight plan inlet page. We should be able to send this to our FMC. So, send flight plan to FMC. I'm saying flight plan sent. We should, we got it here. CYUL to LIRF. We need the flight number. Alpha Zulu Alpha 812. Cruising level 370. Cost index 200. Temperature and wind. Let's have a look at our OFP. So I think wind would be the average wind component plus 031, and average ISA will then be plus 006. So plus 31 plus 06 Celsius. 31.6. So 031. No, the temperature goes first. Already forgot the temperature. Plus, let's see. Yeah, that should be the temperature. Plus 006. Let's go 006. First, we try without the C. And 031. If it accepts it, and it does. 6, no, but it's saying temperature wind, but it's now saying tailwind 31. That would make sense. Average ISA. I thought this was the temperature, right? It looks like it's saying degrees there. Since when is the temperature 8 degree? Yeah, it's degrees. Okay, I guess. Let's continue. Sometimes my brain stops functioning. taking 292 passengers today. Right, so let's go to the flight plan. We have the flight plan in here, but we will need the departure and arrival. So SID, and we can go back to our OFD for that. Let's hide the left plane. So we got, let's have a look, block fuel 62.325, so 62.4, and final reserves 7.1. And the routing, departing runway 24 left, and that's direct to KEBGO. So all we put in the FMC is 24 left. And sometimes the keyboard shortcut simply doesn't want to work. Control N, and there it goes. So 24 left. There will be no SID, so just 24 left, so we insert that. And let's basically just do the same for our arrival. So do we really have to scroll all the way down? I mean, I don't mind, but I can imagine there must be an easier way. Star. So 16 left with the LCAP 3 Bravo. So ILS 16 left, Whiskey, ILS 16 left X-ray. I believe they did not have a Zulu or Yankee. So we'll take ILS 16 left X-ray. We got the LCAP 3 Bravo, LCAP 3 Bravo. So this will be our arrival. And do we have a transition? Drop direct to ELB, direct to LCAP. So I guess we'll just take this, insert. The sun is setting, beginning to cast these long shadows. Always cool to see. Secondary I always skip. That is for later. For the NFB page, basically. This is our fuel numbers. We can simply set payload and fuel, and that should be set. For block fuel 137.4, this is now displaying in pounds. So we go to options, weight units, metric, Celsius. Let's try this again. Dispatch. Block fuel 62.3. Set payload and fuel. I'm not liking this. I don't want to be using pounds. That's sometimes what you get when you start using a new livery. The aircraft feels like it's out of the box again, and it's just doing its random things. Well, it's the default things, not random, the default. So, is it this under dev? Doesn't look like it. I cannot imagine it would be under maintenance. Right now I'm just looking to see if there is anything, some settings maybe in here. ACARS, I believe, is communication. ADAS, I have no clue. It looks like it might not even be working. CFDS.
Good evening. This way. Good evening.
It went, oh, I see, it went back, we didn't save. So you go metric and you should save here.
This way.
And then option save successfully. So that's my bad. Sorry TFDi that I've been bitching at your aircraft. There we have it, 62.3. Takeoff gross weight. This bit's really lazy. I don't mind. Other aircraft sometimes we go put everything in manually, and sometimes when you can click it, it's not too bad either, you know. So why not?
Hello.
Just don't let anybody ever call you a dipstick. I don't know why, but it sounds like maybe because it sounds like dipshit or something.
Good evening.
Then we can go to our performance page.
This way.
We have performance here as well. And our runway was 24 left, I believe.
Welcome on board.
That has a slope 0.2%. Runway length. Get weather information. Get our takeoff weight.
Hello. This way.
Just wondering. 214554. If we get takeoff weight again, if this number will change because the passengers are boarding, but
Welcome on board.
we have the baggage handlers are done. That was a quick job.
Welcome on board.
So I guess we'll just take this. So thrust setting will be flex, NTIs none, flaps optimum, specific flaps no, backs will be off for takeoff.
This way.
And then we can hit calculate. We get our V speeds, V1 134, rotate 147, V2 160.
Hello.
Flex temperature 59 degrees, flaps 25. Let's start with the flex temperature, 5 9.
Welcome on board.
Slope and wind. So the slope was 0.2, the wind 9 knots,
Hello.
so 0.2. Outside air temperature is 10 degrees centigrade, so 103.
Welcome on board.
Flaps 25. Check confirm V speeds. So V1 136, 147, 160. 134, 147, 160. So 1, 3, 4, 147, 160.
This way.
So takeoff speeds have been confirmed and checked. 214,554. Get takeoff weight, and that's not changing, so that should be good. It's not real time. Okay. I think that concludes the setup for now, well, almost. Let's go back to flight plan. There was a discontinuity, I believe, in the beginning, but I do not see that now, so maybe that's actually been fixed. Let's go through the flight plan. Runway 24 left, and then we go direct to KEBGO. Let's have a look at what that would look like then. looks to be the arrival charts, doesn't it? Because we had a direct, I understand now, okay. So what you would call the... So after departure, 2 for left. This one right here, 2 for left. We'll take off and then we'll take a left turn and we'll just go direct to KEBGO.
Boarding pass, please.
RABIK, mobile, ANTOV, and there's the top of climb. MIILS, ELSIR, and then we'll start heading out over the Atlantic. BEXET, ARKIL, DOLUR, TERKU, LEMKA, BEBIX, LERGA, TOZOT, OTROT, BEBIX, KOLON, RAPUR, RATAP, BTA. There's a whole bunch of waypoints there. Zopta we saw at the approach chart. Gilby, LCAP, BBEC, top of descent. Kopel, Ravux, Ligbu, and then there will probably be some discontinuity somewhere. No, looks like it's matching up, but we'll check this during a cruise. But I think this actually then officially concludes the setup of the SMC. Our work is not yet done. Look at the colors of the sun. Sun setting, beautiful. Let's open the door. Just to check one more time. I just can't believe that they're not sitting down. It's such a shame. Look at this. Who doesn't want to sit in a seat like this with these things next to it? You know?
Welcome on board.
Look at these comfortable seats. Obviously, this is first class or business class, but definitely looking very cool. Right, let's get back to the flight deck and finish setting up.
Hello?
External power on. So, yeah, I really notice I'm getting quite tired. I'm like in total chill mode and I want to go flying. Alright, so let's get some lights on the overhead. And a couple of things. We arm the emergency exit lights. We have our fuel on board, but let's just double check. Configuration, oh yeah, that's what we did earlier. Well, clicking this button here. Fuel. $62.3. So we got the fuel in here. So then let's set turn on the seatbelt signs.
Welcome on board.
Anything else we can do up here? We could let's have the engine ignition selected.
Good evening.
And let's start up the APU. You just press APU and it will become available. So look outside. There, that's a beautiful sound. APU is now available, so we'll turn on APU bleed, and then we should be able to disconnect the ground power, so we can just click it, it will turn back to available, and then down here at the services tab, we can say disconnect GPU. So the passage door is still open. Rule chocks, we'll leave those in place for a little bit longer.
This way.
Let's also get some lights here on the
Good evening.
MCP, master the mode control panel. I'm not sure if these names are for all aircraft the same, probably not. So 250 knots, that's actually already in there, so we can leave that. We could maybe set our runway heading, just because we could pretend to be some goody two shows. So the runway heading would be 237. And our cruising altitude 370. I like that this is going really quick if you want to. I like that a lot. So arm profile and arm nav. Nav armed, profile is armed. ATS is off, that's the auto thrust system, I think. We'll hit that auto flight button once, but we'll not do it quite yet. Let's set the QNH. Just going to press the little B button here, 3037. I do want that little screen there to be a little less bright. Oh man, how the hell does that work? Well, this kind of thing sometimes gets a little bit tedious with Flight Simulator. I think that's a little bit better. It is not that bright anymore. Right, so the boarding is almost finished now. 269 passengers. So anything else we need up here, we could zoom in for hand flying the departures. Basically, it's just a left turn, so it's nothing too special. We'll probably just hit the autopilot button and just let the autopilot fly the rest. So down here, what can we do? We can set our squawk code. Let's go for 3121. And we are on standby. And maybe by now we should be transponder. So let's do that. This is our weather radar. The flaps, we can please pre-dial the, this is dial a flap. So funny that they call it dial a flap like that with a little minus sign, you know. Well, what is that? It's a dial a flap. Did you get your dial a flap today? I don't know, it sounds like some product that's marketed, you know, and they brand it and they give a name on it, dial a flap. If this really is called like that in the real thing, which I don't know for a fact, but I do expect, then that's a very, very original name. I really like it a lot. Gear horn off. That's interesting. Good to know. Let's remember that. Okay, boarding completed. So we don't have a checklist, or maybe there was a checklist, I forgot. So, let's see. So 2 for left, how do we get there? Let's Let's do some reverse. Come on. Reverse reasoning, so 2 for the left. We'll get there via Alpha. That's just one straight line. So how do we get into Alpha? We get into Alpha via Alpha 4. North ramp. So down here is where we are, south ramp. No, I don't want that. Okay, so push back nose to the left. This will get us onto whatever this is called. Doesn't say, well, south ramp I guess, so south ramp. Just follow that. Basically straight. And we should get onto, we take a right onto Alpha. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. So we need this Alpha here, basically. It's Alpha Mike, so basically south ramp. We'll take a right here at East Apron, and then a left onto Alpha Mike, and that should bring us to Alpha, and then we just follow. Usually it is a lot simpler when you actually start taxiing, but it's always good to know, and especially when we're doing this online, because you know, you're sitting there with your pen in hand, and if you didn't look at the charts, just going by what they say, they might say some things that you do not expect. When you're, for instance, expecting them to say Alitalia 812, taxi to runway 24 left via Alpha Bravo Zulu Yankee Charlie India, that's easy. You just note those numbers, those letters down, and you're good, right? And then later you check your charts. What I usually do is I also monitor and listen to other pilots, which taxi clearances do they get, and it's good to, you know, to have a look at the south ramp, because sometimes you might not even understand what they're saying. You know, you're expecting to hear them say Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo, and you're hearing yeah, cleared via Alpha Bravo Silver Charlie. You're like, what was the little bit, you know? And then your ears have to calibrate, and you know what I mean. We don't have to get there. Push back, nose to the left. So let's check if we're really ready to go. First things, let's turn on the beacon, because we are about to go. We're now on internal power. Up here, most of this is actually managed by the aircraft itself, very convenient. Our packs are here. We'll need to turn those off for departure and then turn them back on again. I think most of the work is done. I think now the next step is basically for us to set the parking brake and request a taxi. The parking brake set. And if I'm not forgetting anything, then let's go and request taxi. So GSX, prepare for pushback and departure. And there's obviously a few things that we can do. Door is auto closed. The 2 left, that looks good. Can remove the wheel chocks as well. You can already hear the jetway being disconnected. And the sun is getting lower and lower.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
You don't know how happy I am to hear that. We are ready for pushback too. So if you could please continue. We will be very happily on our way to Rome.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
So the Iceland Air that was parked next to us, they're leaving as well. That's interesting. Say hello to Iceland from us. Look at all the big aircraft is this, man? Look, if you go stand next to this dude here. That's one big motherfucker. Or maybe I should say motherfucker, okay? That would be nose to the left, tail to the right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Copy.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright, sir. The pushback will now start. So let's start on the engines. You can hear the bleed system responding immediately. So we got our N2 percentage here. You have N1, exhaust gas temperature, N2, and fuel flow. Fuel is off, so let's turn on the fuel. So we're now starting up the rightmost engine. The Iceland there are beginning to move there. Oh, look at that go, man. Woohoo! I wish we could do that. Actually, no, I don't. I like it when it's realistic. That looks just silly. Back to the flight deck it is. Engine number 3 is running. Engine number 2. And
Please set parking brakes.
introduce the fuel. Set our parking brake.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Alright. So let me just warn you as a unsuspecting viewer again. This stream may be very understimulating. At some point I'll be retiring and getting some rest. And just leave the aircraft flying its own. So basically I'm cruising over the Atlantic. TGT is still rising, but that should start to settle down now. And it's dropping. So engine number 1, start to monitor the N2 percentage. When that reaches around 10%, we can introduce the fuel. And the nice thing about real world time and real world weather, I just love it. I keep on saying it. Probably because I really do. I just totally love it. Just whatever it is, where you are. I was looking for something that would still have a little bit of daylight. And but I also didn't want to go too far to the west, in the United States, for instance, or America. Because of the flight time. Basically this will be like 7 hours, 7.5 hours. Okay, so they're anxiously waiting for us. Let's just confirm with the engine start, since we actually have by now. So confirm with the engine start.
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Okay, so the engines have started. That means I believe the APU auto shuts down. As you can see, it says APU power available. The APU bleed is still on. Let's see. Not certain. Let's check here. Where could we see the APU? I do not think this has an APU, but you look at the electricity. It does say something there. APU power, APU, 100 hertz. I think I'm looking for something else. I'm not really sure now. It's under engine, perhaps. Yeah, there you go. APU. So N1. So that the APU is still running. And we should probably see it here as well. APU power available, APU air on. There you go. You just saw it disappear. Yeah, so that just shuts off automatically. That's pretty nice. So the packs are now on. We'll need to turn off the packs for departure. Thank you, Pierre. I think you'll wave at us one more time. Very good. Okay. And then they're saying, have a good trip. And I'm thinking, how the hell do they know that we're tripping? But I don't know, that's maybe just me. So the trim. What is the trim for our flight? Can we check that on the performance? This is the wrong runway. 2 for left. I don't think it says the trim information here. We'll probably find it in it. Takeoff approach. That's the one I meant, I think. So stabilizer trim 8.6. At some point it's getting within the green area, the Goldilocks zone, if you will. 8.6, trim set as well. Our flaps, we did the dial of flaps, but we will have to set the flaps as well. The flaps 25. And then we need the auto brake to TO or reject the takeoff. As you may remember, this aircraft handles extremely slowly on the ground. In terms of agility, you know, it's like it'll drive, but it will turn at a terrible turn rate. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Welcome aboard flight 812 to Rome Fiumicino Airport, Italy. We are about to taxi to the runway. Our flight time will be about 7.5 hours. We'll be cruising at an altitude of 37,000 feet. If there's anything you need, please feel free to ask our flight attendants. They will happily assist you with anything that you'll need. On behalf of Alitalia and the entire crew, welcome aboard and enjoy your flight. Please take notice that we will turn off the cabin lights during taxi and takeoff, as this is a normal procedure for nighttime operations. Thank you very much for your attention. Alright. let's do a little sanity check. Brakes. So I think the moment we release our parking brakes, we should get spoilers. Yes, we need to arm the ground spoilers. And then we have the green config thingy, so telling us we're configured. Auto brake is set to TO, no smoking is on, seatbelt is on. Now I was saying something about cabin lights, but I am not really sure, I think, how to turn those off, so we'll just leave that. Seatbelt not smoking, test emergency lights are armed. Dome is either on or off, so basically dome lights were already off. Well, we got the thunderstorm lights, it's really cool, I love this. Like, if you want some working lights, if you're afraid of falling asleep, just turn on the storm lights and you should be awake. So just stand by one moment while I wrap something up. Right, back to the flight deck. So taxiing, we'll taxi straight on south ramp, and basically we'll take a right turn onto the east apron. Not really sure how that would look like, and then we'll take a left turn immediately again. And there is the runway basically, so yeah, that should work. That should work fine. So, looks like we're finally set. So runway turn off lights and taxi lights. And parking brake was released, so let's get out of it. Just do a little jet blast, just because you can. Yeah, that's cool. I like it. Usually, you are not really allowed to believe when you're like in the apron area, we are to do a jet blast. So you're okay to do it further out, but not when there is actually ground personnel working. You know, and other aircraft are standing there, standing still. So this is going to be interesting. Fortunately, in Flight Simulator, you can just ram into airplanes, but not into buildings. So let's stay clear of the building to the left, and the airplane to our right doesn't really matter that much. Although it does take away from the immersion a little bit, I must say. looking outside, looks like that will be our runway. Are we actually going to take this turn? Well, it's not very sharp turns, right? So we can do this, I guess. Well, that's interesting. That aircraft is landing opposite the direction that we are going to take off. It's very interesting. Where was the windsock? Let's quickly have a weather check. Wind 3509 knots. Outside it looked like I saw a windsock right there, and it looks like... So what shall we do? Let's stop here for a second. Did we set parking brake? No. So looking at that windsock, yeah, that would actually be takeoff with a tailwind. It's just a little bit weird to me that the aircraft, the NPC aircraft, if you will, AI aircraft, they're landing runway 06 and we're taking off runway 24. Never like that. So wind 350. Basically from around this direction. Maybe more even like this. So yeah, runway 06 would make a little bit more sense. Is that something we want to change and can change now without getting all these weird little fractals? It's just a runway, so I think we can. Let's just do that, a runway and SID. And we choose a runway 06 right. And it shouldn't change anything else, so that should actually be fine. So let's just insert. It just switches over there, but that's all. Just to be on the safe side, let's have a look. That's looking perfectly fine. Look at that. Just fly, take off and then go direct to KEBGO. KEBGO. Okay. Alright, so we just change our runway then, that's all. Which is cool, we don't have to travel all that way. We can actually just line up. So parking brake released. Let's line up and, well, are the landing lights. I believe we do not have strobe lights. Oh, that was going fast. That's my bad for taking too long to turn on the landing lights. Let's see if we give a little bit more power. If it might be easier to turn. Looks like maybe, but she's still appears very heavy and slow and sluggish. Something like this should be okay. Maybe just a little bit more. Alright, let's use this. So a couple of sounds we heard. And I believe that's the spoilers. Like FedEx. Oh yeah, oh shit. That. No, we don't need that. So stand by 1 second. No, the spoilers were okay. It didn't like that we advanced the spoiler, the throttles beyond 70%. So we will need a little minute. Camera crew, please take your seats for takeoff. So let's get the camera crew ready. So let's deal with this problem real quick. How do we do that again? You can select. I think it looks okay. Let's do auto flight once, and that should remove the box there. So nav is armed, profile is armed as well. We got our V speeds. 134 V1, 147 rotate, 160 V2. And let's turn on the TCAS. And then if there are no further questions, then I think we're actually good to go. It's always a little exciting, isn't it? So turn off, yeah, release parking brakes. So there we are. Alright, so what we do to, in order to not get the FedEx alternate message again, you you click the auto flight button there, and that removes the square around the takeoff clamp. And then when you advance your throttle slowly to around 70%, then you will start to see that the auto thrust system is starting to take over, and you'll see the throttles move automatically, and that's precisely what we want. So I think without any further ado, let's see if we can find the timer. Where the hell is the timer again? That was this one. I think you just push. No. Oh, there it is, the timer. Yeah, so time is running. Right, so let's go. Take off thrust. So slowly advance. There you go. There it's taking over. Take off thrust set. So there we go. Leaving Montreal for Rome with an old school Alitalia MD-11. Running down the runway now. Runway 06 right. 147 rotate. Go positive right, gear up. Comes a right turn. Let's just follow the flight directors here. That's beautiful stuff, man. Turn on the autopilot, and maybe we can look out the window. AP1 is on, pitch nav1 climb thrust to 37,000 feet. feet. I think we can get the slats up as well, or slats hit. Alright, so let's reset. I forgot to turn off the backs. It's not too bad, but it means that they're still on, so we don't have to turn them on now. We can turn off nozzle steering light, I guess. And a wing runway turn off lights. To top of descent, flight level 370, so right after ANTOV. Beautiful roaring sound, man. Right, so the door's going down, so I think we're at 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet, so we can turn off the landing lights. And we can release the passengers.
Stabilizer motion.
So that may sound a little bit scary. Stabilizer motion. I believe it's just, I'm not really 100% sure what it does. It's a flight control thing. It's just basically, I consider it like one of the blue messages here. Like, hey man, just remember, no smoking is on. No need for alarms. You don't need to do anything. We're just reminding you. It's the same type of message that you get. For instance, you put the landing brake or the auto brake to medium or whatever. It says auto brake medium, you know, or auto brake to take off. It will show you. But that's all. It's in blue, so it doesn't mean, it doesn't require input or response. It's just letting you know. And I think that's basically the oral version. You know, stabilizer motion. Not really sure why, what the reasoning is behind it. Like, why would you say something one time and maybe not another time, right? Look at the aircraft, man. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. There's the Orion in the background there, and Sirius. So goodbye Canada. Thank you for having us.
Autopilot.
Oops, did I turn off the autopilot again?
Autopilot.
Let's turn it back on. I tend to do that when looking in free cam. Fortunately, our deviation is not that big. Look.
Stabilizer motion.
Sorry about that. That wasn't going anywhere. But started out with a nice little, I don't know, groove, flow. Look at that, man. So these look to be all airways, I guess, to get over the Atlantic. I've never seen this before, man. That's quite interesting. Look at that. So 86 degrees. Alright. I didn't know, never had any idea, never saw this. So this will take us over the Atlantic, and then we'll hit Europe and flank a little bit over Ireland, and then past the United Kingdom, and then we'll enter the west of France, and then the south of France, and then we get Italy right here. So and then runway 16 left. And again, we saw this the other day. We have these RNAV arrivals. We'll look at all that a little bit more later. So options, can we, there you go, screen brightness, so we can just tweak that as well. Look at that, make it nice and dark. Save. We're now 11 minutes 34 seconds into the flight, and the time is 0:15, and it looks like it's 1 minute down, so let's just nudge the system again, just to be sure. There you go, real time. So 27,000 feet, so this is going quite fast. But, you know, I gotta say, she looks like a powerful plane, you know. 3 engines. One is stationed right onto the fuselage on top, at the back. 2 on the wings, 1 on each outside, I don't think we will see the passengers. I miss my passengers, man. It's nice to have passengers. I mean, look, it's just an empty plane. So this might be one of our wing views for when I go AFK. Now let's get back onto the flight deck. So we do not have a checklist, but I think we're actually set up pretty nicely. Let's see check the engines. So we got N1, we're still in climb mode. Exhaust gas temperatures and the N2, everything's looking fine. Fuel flow quite high at the moment. I'm liking this. Look at that. I'm still not sure if I know which this one is. Oh, that's down below. Okay. Yeah, that looks nice. You don't want all these bright lights. So now if we turn on the storm lights. Look at that. They got nice working light in the cockpit. I can imagine when you're doing a long haul flight, or basically any flight for that matter, you want to be awake, you know. And lighting like this will make you just go into chill mode, like when you put a blanket over a cage with a canary inside. Put the blanket over, it will be like, oh, okay, good night, man, I'm going to sleep. Alright, so the aircraft climbing to 37,000 feet. Let me quickly get to the galley and get a top up of my iced tea. In the meantime, let's have an external view for a little bit. Something like this might do. And I will be right back. Alright, so we're back. Alright, so what we're looking at, ground cruising altitude, 37,000 feet. And we're nicely on track. So we still have 7 hours and 3 minutes to go. And I think we reached the maximum range here. And let's see, can we see the top of descent already, or can we not? Progress. We're expected to arrive at 7:15 Zulu. And the fuel, usable fuel on board 57.2. Oh, we can get very far. And we will. Per stage to top of descent, look at that. That's very nice. The top of descent should be at 6:27. And arriving 7:15. But we'll have to check. No, actually we're already at cruise, so this might be okay. But the fuel flow now that we're at cruise, it was like 3,400 per engine. It's now 20 or 2.4. Yeah. MIILS, 130 nautical miles. looks like we do still have a little bit of land below us. But I'm not guessing for not very long. What the hell is this doing, man? Come on. So we still have a little bit of land to go. Look at that. So I'm curious, let's have a look at our arrival. So we can go to plan page and then to the flight plan. Let's go reverse. Is this working? Page 2. Getting us closer to the airport. Look at that. So let's zoom in now. So basically what we're looking at, so we're coming from GoPol to RABIK, and then we're taking the zigzag fuel, and that's taking us straight to the runway. We got Auxerru, and we flew there the other day, and I believe it was the exact same runway, 16 left. I think I remember the Auxerru. Zoom in a little more if we can. So Exama. And from Exama taking you to Auxerru, and that should line you up. So if you now look at the final approach chart for 16 left, so let's go to airport. And Fiumicino chart, approach, ILS X-ray, runway 16 left, spin it, hide it. We should be able to see here, we've got Auxerru, and then 7.8 from IFLL. That should be our runway localizer, the runway identifier, IFLL, 108.159 degrees. So Auxerru, so yeah, that should work out fine for us. Interesting thing I remember from this approach, let's go to this page here, the approach chart, the arrival chart, if you will. As you can see, this will take us from GoPol, RABIK, Lakepool, taking us down, and then back up, left, and down again. And you know, you can like skip some of these waypoints. They're all saying 6,000 here, but I noticed in the other aircraft that we were flying, that in the altitudes here actually were not reflecting that at all. Why is it showing us wind? Stand by. So flight plan. So there you go. Speed 220 and RF 442. Let's just select this one. 443, 442. It looks like this is all flown at 6,000 feet. And what the aircraft is doing now is basically sending us through all of that. We could keep it that way. Another thing we could do is set all these waypoints at 6,000 feet, which is probably a lot of work, so maybe we'll just keep it like this, like we did earlier. It's just a matter of speed management in the end, so hopefully we will not overspeed or anything. Well, I mean, at least, you know, not literally the overspeed, but, you know, we don't want to be too high on the energy. But I guess this should work. let's just not change it. So, you know that sometimes you will need to add like a couple of waypoints or whatever, but in our case I don't think we have to. Could have another look at the chart. Exima, after Exima doesn't display anything here. We know now that after Exima it will take us a little bit diagonally and then straight down to 16 left. That's the one right there. And on the on this one, on this chart, we can see Auxerro, and there was Irbes. Yes. I think we actually, after Exima, the initial approach fix, we could do that. Let's put Irbes there, just to have one more buffer, I guess. So Irbes, let's answer that. So after Auxerro, we go to Irbes. So we type in Irbes, and we want FL16 left to move down. So we put it on top of that, and it inserts Irbes in front of that. And it looks like it broke something. Auxerro, Irbes, what am I doing this wrong? Oh, of course, it's Irbes and then Auxerro. Yeah, I meant after Exima. Okay. So Irbes, let's just delete it again. That's my mistake. So now it's happy again. So after Exima, so you press Auxerro. So Irbes, let's type it in again. And let me just double check for sanity's sake. Exima, Irbes, Auxerro. So Irbes goes to Auxerro, Auxerro goes down, just did, but there's now the discontinuity as you can see, and that's this one, and this one we can simply delete. Click clear, click on it, and it will remove itself. That gives us a little bit more time, rather than going from Exima to Auxerro and a quick little turn here, you know. Gives us a little bit more time. I wouldn't mind having a little bit more after Exima, just take a hard turn, like 90 degrees basically, to get ourselves on the extended runway center line as usual. So this is looking quite messy, doesn't it? Pilots cleared for ILS approach procedure from initial approach fix Exima, initial approach fix Sulwak are required to strictly comply with level constraint Irbes Maven at 3,000 feet steady due to parallel approach operations. So I guess that means the airport is using parallel approach. So not sure if that means parallel runways for landing, but I have one approach coming from that side, one approach coming from the other side. So yeah. So I guess they're saying you can expect traffic coming from this side, traffic coming from Sulwak from this side, so from Sulwak and from Exima, really. Due to mirrors of solar power stations, pilots may expect occasional sunbeams reflected upwards. That is number one. And where is that? And now it would be so cool if someone at Microsoft or Asobo Studios were to read through all these charts, or simply upload them into ChatGPT and say, alright, so find all these locations in the world and give me a list of suggestions, or you do country by country or city by city, whatever, you know, you work your way from simple to more complex. So for instance, you start with a couple of airports in like one country, like maybe for say, I don't know how many of these kinds of deviations, whatever you see. Might be interesting. And then, for instance, then they could get incorporated into the simulator. That's actually where I'm going with this. I didn't finish my sentence, maybe, or my story. So for instance, when you're flying over this area here in the simulator, and then something that is saying right here is actually, you know, is actually there. That would be really cool. Wanting maximum 180 knots at 8 nautical miles from, I think, threshold, THR, from the landing threshold. Maximum 160 knots at 4 nautical miles. So these are the maximum speeds. You are allowed to go below, but not go faster. Well, I would never want to be faster than 160 knots at 4 nautical miles from the runway threshold. But I believe at some other airports in the United Kingdom, I believe 160 knots until 4 DME is actually mandatory. In this case, it's a maximum speed of 160 knots at 4 nautical miles from the runway threshold. But that's the maximum speed you are allowed to go below. But I believe in the United Kingdom, we could maybe look up, for instance, Echo Golf Lima Lima. That would be London Heathrow. And we just go to the charts there. And for instance, the approach chart, I don't know, 09 or left. I'm just getting one random one. I have no clue. Wait, this is not going to work like that. My bad. Alright, let's look at this again. I have no clue where that is. But I know that some airports it looks like you are basically required to fly like 160 knots, yeah, instead of a maximum speed. I don't see that quickly here, so let's just forget about that. But it's interesting to see on the final approach chart for sure. So again, what they're saying, 8 nautical miles from the threshold, max speed 180, 4 nautical miles from the threshold to 160. And let's see. So this is 8 miles from the threshold. Is basically this point is where the glide slope will start. So you should not be going any faster than 180 knots around that point. So what else? So they have the mirrors, the solar power station. Well, obviously we do not see that in the simulator, but it's still interesting that it's in there. And then to strictly comply with level constraints at Irvest or Maven at 3,000 feet, using parallel approach operations, so coming from Sulak and coming from Maven, all for the same runway. So they make you adhere strictly to the constraints. I mean, I'm telling you, man, those Romans. I believe their go-around procedure involves VOR. It's always just messing up my brain, so let's just keep that chill, shall we? I do want to get rid of that chart there. How the hell do we do that? We're at London Heathrow. There you go. The airport area, sometimes there's some interesting information. Doesn't look like it from first glancing. I will say things like birds in the vicinity and all that stuff, you know. And sometimes there's some really interesting things. For instance, there was this airport in South Africa, and you look at the charts and it says something like, "Hey man, just be careful when you're on approach. To the right of your approach, to the right of your runway, there is actually a tollway. That's a highway that has also lights. So don't mistake that for our runway, please. You know." Stuff like that's really interesting. And these are all the Jefferson charts, basically. Obviously, they say something like not for real-world aviation, you know, not for navigational use. It's like a disclaimer. Some lawyer was paid to come up with that, more or less. But But these are basically the same charts that are actually being used by real pilots, real flights. There were some interesting exceptions. We flew on the channel some time ago with Janitor to one of the sort of like top secret American locations. Not top secret, I mean you and I know about it, but yeah. And there was a specific like a inset somewhere on one of the charts saying refer to document blah blah or whatever it was. So there was definitely some information there that could definitely you could see that okay, that's military stuff, you know, or government stuff, and it's not public. So there is also that for probably for other things as well. But basically these are real life charts, which is pretty cool. And it also helps with the immersion, you know, just to fire the imagination, you know, like you're flying somewhere. And at the same time, you just try not to crash sometimes, so that's okay, so we all know that. Alright, so have we left the Americas yet? Not quite, we're still flying over Canada. We see all these airways. We're crossing the Atlantic. I believe we had the one that was labeled 086 degrees. Look how far you can zoom in on this, man, it's insane. So 086 degrees. So basically we're already on an airway, it looks like, to cross the Atlantic. There was still a patch of land there. Wasn't that St. John or something? Ganton International. So a little bit of land, and then there's the big ocean. Until we hit the south of Ireland, and we pass by the United Kingdom, and then we enter the west of France. Just follow that to the south of France. And then there's Rome. So unfortunately, you cannot have a look. Well, turn on the controller for a second there. I have not been using that for a bit. Unfortunately, it's a little bit dark now, so all that we can see now is our logo on the tail. The Alitalia. But you could see earlier when we're still standing at the gate. Beautiful, beautiful livery. Right, so we don't know, no longer need the plan page. Let's go back to the map and let's go to maximum range. So we're now 43 minutes into the flight. AP1 Ceylon, lost nav1 and holding at 37,000. Maybe let's not. I wanted to say we could maybe already like put in the descent altitude. We can have a look at it at least. We're not going to enter anything, especially not when we're stepping off. If we're stepping off later, you know, or a little bit of a beauty sleep. So the glide slope will start at 2,500 feet. So basically, what we will do at the top of descent is in. Is at 6:11 Zulu. Time is now almost, let's say almost 1, so let's say in about 5 hours or whatever. My head calculation is not very spot on. So 6:10 Zulu. And where were you now? I'm getting myself lost here. So the cruising area, yeah, so that's the time all the aircraft will start to descend. But still, you know, so we could put something there. So basically what we'll do, we'll put 2,500 then. And then if you just look away and the aircraft flies over the top of the descent point, it will just start descending to that to the altitude that's in the window. But in the meantime, what it will do, it will keep on respecting all the constraints on the way down. So for instance, after flight 0370, if it would say you have to fly at 220 or at or below 220, at or above 220, it will do that as well. But then after it gets cleared again, basically there's no constraints, then it's going straight down, but it will never go under 2,500, unless probably you run out of fuel or, yeah, okay. All types of weirdo scenarios, of course. But yeah, aircraft are beginning to grow on me. Let's turn on the oh cool, that's not the one I meant. I meant the storm lights. So we have a little bit, so this is really Airbus style. So have this little backup compass. But inside model is really cool as well, you know, like especially like the dirt and the dust around the corners there of these two little displays. And it looks like it's worn, you know, like the hands have all these, you know, what's it called, HB stuff. And it's like biting away at the finish there, at the paint. And here as well, the floor bit, feet resting there. So nice details went into putting this all together. This really looks like it's been used, you know, all those things. And I was like seeing that sometimes you can, they say sometimes you can like ruin building, like not, like basically for its past, you know, not because of its past, but like for its, you know, I don't know, I'm not into too much of a romantic, poetic mood today, but it just looks really well done. Unfortunately, nobody's sitting next to us. Not sure if we can move this chair. Sometimes you can, some planes, or things in the simulator. I don't think this one likes it. Sometimes you can move them forward or backward. Or you can put your dog there. That's actually the flight deck. Quite comfortable, look at that. Like a closed door. Have a little bit better of an idea like this. So yeah, that's not too bad. You can have a little dance rehearsal around here. So unfortunately, the passengers that we loaded, they're not displaying with the GSX. Not really sure why that is. Maybe this aircraft is simply not compatible, that could be. The first class and business class section really looks nice. Well, it looks like we're flying a ghost plane. Now, if that were the case, you could just lie down here and sleep. Alright, let's get back to the flight deck. We've seen enough. So yeah, these storm lights are very nice if you don't want to fall asleep behind the yoke. Now, why just say Q and H? Really, really big. Here, I have no clue. But I must say, there is no denying that right there it is saying Q and H. So that could be a very good reason. Like, I don't know about you, man, but when I make an aircraft, I don't want anyone to deny that there's Q and H. How are you going to how are you going to do that? Well, I think I'm just going to put a placard there and say Q and H. You know, so these engineers are smarter than you think sometimes, you know. And I've heard that he even got engineers working on a rocket, you know, to go to the stars. It's insane, man. So yeah. know in one rotation 30 seconds after N2 idle, shut down and investigate. Before takeoff, oil temperature rise must be noted before takeoff. Well, it's rather late spotting almost, but what I really appreciate in this aircraft is that we have the on the perf page. Basically, right after takeoff, you can already see your top of descent, so you don't have to go calculating and all that stuff, you know. I definitely appreciate that. Like in the 777, which is a lot more modern. I still haven't found it. It's basically you just have to be like within like 300 or 250 nautical miles, and then it will say, all right, man, you know what, the information I've been sitting on all these past 8 fucking hours, it's the time of your trouble descent, my friend. I mean, like, come on, just say it, you know. What's the big fucking secret? But okay, maybe there are some unresolved personal issues rising to the surface here. I deeply apologize for that. So that's a really nice little feature to have. And especially when you get into the habit of streaming and then leaving the stream running and just go catch some sleep. So you just go like, okay, so it's time 602 Zulu, so what does it mean at my local time? And then, okay, you know. So basically this is for me to know when to wake up. So if top of descent is planned for 602, I will plan to wake up at 502 Zulu. And I just do the calculation for myself, set an alarm or whatever, you know. But it's really nice that I have it on this page, and sometimes as I said, I mean, we're like so far out still, we're basically just starting, and we already can plan this, it's really nice. So what's interesting with the top of descent, as I said earlier, when you put in here the target altitude, 2,500 feet, it will actually start to go down automatically. I believe the Airbus does not do that, but when you look at the layout of this is basically an MCDU, just like you see in the Airbus. Just the screen is more old school, but the FPOS, the flight plan, buttons, all these things, except the takeoff approach and perf. Takeoff approach is basically what the performance page would do on the 320, for instance, the Airbus A320. But most of it is the same. And also, this is not Boeing style FMC. You know, this is really Airbus style FMC. But so what was interesting to find out was that the logic behind it was actually getting the aircraft to go down on its own for the at the top of descent, as long as you put a lower value than your cruising altitude. So if you put in this, and then at the top of descent, it will start going down to this altitude, basically. And that's something that I've never seen in the Airbus. The Airbus, you're just monitoring, okay, are we here, okay, we're here, are we here, yeah, okay. And then you just click your little button here, and then it will go into open descent. You'll see open descent, and it will start going down, the engines go to idle. Let's put this back on perf. I mean, when you're a perf, you have to put it on perf, you know what I mean. ELSIR coming up, and you can see like 500 miles. So yeah, it's, the waypoints are way more space between them, obviously. Otherwise, the pages would be like, I don't know, 100 pages long. So secondary flight plan, not really been using that at all. It's kind of a thing on its own. Probably once you get it, it's not the most difficult thing in the world, but also the way they like how to use it, because sometimes they might you might have a secondary flight plan on arrival in case you need to switch runways. For instance, say you've seen me struggle checking you're flying for like 7 hours, and then you arrive at Rome, and the weather has totally changed, and the runway has totally changed. Obviously, you could say, yeah, well, you just go to flight plan, you go to the airport, you select the star, you just do it again. Usually that works, but I have had happen a couple of times that it sort of kept both of them, and it was really weird. You got all these fractals, almost like circular shapes, and I could make no sense of it. And for such occasions, it might actually be nice if you know how to work the secondary flight plan page, so that you can just use it to your advantage, because that's obviously what it's there for. And you can basically sort of like copy the actors. I just never really dare doing it while flying it, but yeah, you can copy the actors, and then for instance that copy, you can now for instance change the runway the opposite. So once it's left, or what would it be, 04, I don't know what it is, right. And then if they tell you, like, man, Arkady, I'm sorry, but the wind has changed, 14 days ago she was different, but she changed today, all of a sudden, okay. And then you just say, no worries, man, we got this. You go clickety-click, and there you are. And say, give me the ready. So, yeah, so that works. But, yeah, I'm not really used to using this. I mean, you can click copy actors, see what it does. Simply copy it, I guess. This is now the secondary flight plan in it. So if you go flight plan, it's called ACT, so the active flight plan, so at least we have that. So secondary flight plan, secondary flight plan in it, and then it looks as a copy. So can we delete this clear secondary? And then it clears out the from and to. So that's interesting, so you can always copy, I guess, as long as you don't activate it, right? So maybe let's experiment, for instance. Let's say we leave everything the same, but so how do we get from to the, oh wait, you'll have to activate it first, I guess, in order for the other buttons to work. That would make sense. So that's definitely not something I'm going to do right now. We can clear it, we're not doing that, we're not activating it. Oh wait, secondary flight plan, look at that. So, there you are. So here we could, for instance, go to our arrival airport. Global RABIK, and then we got all the RF points, and then here we are, auxiliary initial approach fix, runway. Not showing the airport, but how the hell do we get to the, oh that's lame. I was expecting to see the destination, but it's only showing the waypoint as a destination, really, what technically it is. But the waypoint, I don't think it will give us, it does, it gives us a start, look at that, very cool. So what we're doing now, we're just changing a flight plan that's not active, so that's actually beginning to like it. So let's see, ILS 16 left, or what would be the opposite one. Uh, 34 right, this is 16 left, okay, yeah. So 34 right, or we could say, for instance, approach, I think a quick to quick, no, we do not need this one, so not insert. Here we are. So ILS 34 right, click that. That should be selected now. And we keep the LEMKA 3 Bravo. We would then obviously check at the charts, like, is there, which approach belongs to it. But I think actually, basically, always first select your runway. Always. And then you can select your start afterwards. Because in these systems, sometimes when you click a runway, you'll notice that some arrival position will disappear from the list. So if you were first to click your arrival, and then you will not find your runway, and you're just making a mess, So always do the runway first, and secondly, it's your destination, you don't want to mess with that. If you're going from A to B, then make sure that B is where you're going, okay? So, but it's cool, I like it. So, and then is that I think we inserted, so it's actually sitting in the secondary flight plan now. And for the rest, we didn't change anything. We also copied that extra waypoint that we had. That's also quite cool. Where was it? Oh, we already passed it, I guess, yes. So earbuds, that's the one we added ourselves. Let's see, top of descent. This does look different. So can we now, if we now go to the plan page, will it show us the secondary flight plan? Will it tell us that it shows us secondary? I guess we'll find out like this. No, it is not working. That would have been nice. It would definitely have been nice. But okay, let's actually set this to map it again. So yeah, we just copied the flight plan. We manipulated it a little bit. So we said I want this, I want that, blah blah. So we did that. And of course, I understand now why Airbus is in there. We're coming from different direction. I'm totally not awake. So let's actually remove Airbus. And clear. Airbus, that should not be in there. Flight plan discontinuity. Oh, that's the wrong one. This was Boeing style, what I was doing. Return to secondary flight plan. So just click clear. And that's gone. So after ELB, you will go to center fix 3-4 right. So that's basically what we did. So the secondary flight plans, if we go to secondary flight plan page, what does this show us? So we got the destination. So we could also maybe like have a different destination. So let's say we're flying with an alternate airport. And this stuff I never really get into, but obviously is a thing as well. I'm not even sure if I can see. Yeah, we can see here at least. See the alternate route. So that would be to Lima India Romeo November. I'm not quite sure. Is that Turin maybe? So we could basically put the alternate destination in here as well. So I'm not sure if you can like have, it's called secondary flight plans, so I'm guessing it's really only two. I'm seeing 1/3, so I'm basically immediately starting to hope, oh cool man, so can we have like a couple of waypoints, or like a couple of flight plans? Like you can have this whole scenario, you know. So maybe for people like me, they made it like this, like no man dude, just you have one or you have the other, you know, and just make sure what you're doing, just stay on top of things, but don't go. That's like overkill of creating options, basically chaos. So maybe that's simply the way we're speaking to a dog. Like sit, execute. Alright. So yeah, we already saw the fixed page. It doesn't really work. Well, we do have a fixed page here, a dedicated fixed page. You can create fixes, but could maybe experiment. We have ELSIR coming up, so we still have like 420 miles until we reach ELSIR, so we can really mess this up if you want. ELSIR. So let's first put it in, ELSIR. And I must admit, I'm not really sure, because the way I use the fixed page usually is just to have a range ring around a specific, around the runway basically. And then with a line coming from it so that I can see what is the extension of the runway central line that we're going to land on. So let's make ELSIR here, so we do get a little circle around it. And this is something that pilots use, you know, like for like little reminders, like when we're there, at that point you're going to get out into the back and you change the baby's diapers, you know? Stuff like that. So, but what I would like is if you could, but I don't think that's a fix. I'd like to, no, I want to try something else, but no, we're not doing that, sorry. let me share with you what my thinking was. Like, it should be possible to say, this is ELSIR, but I want a waypoint in between. So on the same track, heading, but just a different position. For instance, between us and ELSIR, or after ELSIR. First we fly over ELSIR, and then before we go to 5050 end, there might be another waypoint, you know? And there are, well, tricks, there are codes, like, you know, procedures, formats that you type it into the FMC, and it will then display it here. And then obviously it differs per airplane, the FMS that's behind it, whether it will, can, or cannot perform these kinds of instructions. And that's basically the idea. Doing that now would actually require us to go to the plan page. You know what, screw it, here we go, let's do it, so ELSIR. But I'm just not really sure what the code is. It could be sometimes it's something like ELSIR. Let's just try something, ELSIR. Come on, give me the little finger. I'm actually asking you to give me the finger. How is that? ELSIR. And then for instance, let's see. Track to ELSIR. So now it's 087, 088, something like that. So I'm not so sure. Sometimes you see it in one string, so 088, and then let's say, I think slash. Let's try plus 15 nautical miles. I have no clue if we're going to break anything now. It's not in database, so, but it's also not creating it. But I do hate that we have to type everything again, so maybe I'll try one or a couple more. ELSIR. Slash 088 for our heading. So then I could, I want it to be on the same line. And then distance, let's say 15. No plus, no minus, just 15. See what that does. And we put it there. And I think it did something. Yeah, I think so. Let's have a look. Let's zoom in. A little bit further, and then we go. What the hell, man? We're in the active flight plan, that's good. So ELSIR, where is ELSIR? I'm sorry, we should be on plan. So ELSIR, that's coming up, well, there we are already. Should we zoom in on that? And then we got that, I think that's a new waypoint. Sometimes they call it something 01. I'm not sure why it's saying BBD. Could it stand for anything? Is it random? I don't know. But after ELSIR now we created something. So if we want to do the same thing, but like before ELSIR, we probably put in a minus sign. So what we did was ELSIR. /088 / come on, give me the finger again, / and I would say -15, and we put that basically, let's just put it on that one. So no format error. Hey, come on, man, that's lame. And something else I wanted to try, a different heading. What would that look like? So we're really going to mess this up, but we have like 377 miles to correct our any mistakes that we're making here. So ELSIR. think we did / and then 088, another 2 / 0, let's go 010 at 15 miles. And this is called now BBD02, but it is following some trend there. Look at that. That is amazing. I love this. Because this is exactly what we could do if we want to have an extra waypoint for our final approach. If you remember, if you go to the final approach charts, you will see it looks a little bit messy, but this is the point where the glide slope will start, okay? And Irbes is the one that we actually put in. But we're going to Exama, which is at an angle of the runway central line, which is extended all this way. So from Exama, it would actually be nice if we first could go that direction, so that we don't get as close to the runway, just to be giving us a little bit more time to properly manage the speed and everything for the final approach, right? Now, using this, I think we could do something similar. So, for instance, say now we created Irbes, and then we would say, alright, so from Irbes, if we know the heading is, for instance, let's say 160 or something, we can then say, like, say 24, I don't know, I think I'm losing myself. But I think you do it from Exama, and then the waypoint out of Exama, let's say 270 degrees or something, and then at whatever this distance is, something like that could work. It's interesting to see for sure. The controller stopped working again, but let's delete them. We don't need these obviously, so just clear and clear BBD02. Now we get flight plan discontinuity, obviously. So we need to look them up again. So, like Boeing style would be in a Boeing FMC, when you click the soft button next to the waypoint, it will copy it into the scratch pad. Now it's copied into the scratch pad. You could click on this one to overwrite flight plan discontinuity and replace it basically. Well, in the Airbus style FMC, that's different. You actually just click the clear button and then you delete it like that. So that's something I have been quite Boeing minded lately. So yeah, so this is interesting stuff. We still have our fix, and we don't need that, so let's get the fix out as well. We just do the same, just clear, and it should go. There you go. Well, it's cool stuff. I like that. Well, let's maybe experiment a little bit. And we go with our on plan, yes. We go to flight plan. Just such a long list, let's just do it like this. Oxeru, Exama, so we're getting close. So this will be, let's zoom out a little bit, let me show you what I'm talking about. So our arrival will be VBAC, GoPol, Rabux, Ligu, SLU, backup, whatever. This will basically take us on the RNAV approach. RNAV approach is just GPS waypoints, that's all they are. There's no radio involvement. We're just going like this. They use this to separate the traffic for when it's busy. So sometimes they may clear you from the one to the other. All of a sudden you can just have a little shortcut. So anyway, so that's what we'll do. And then this is Exama, and then we inserted Irbes. If we didn't do that, it would be a different line. We would end up at the runway central line extended center line a lot later. We're now arriving there a little bit earlier. Would be nice if we could arrive even earlier still from Exama. So that would mean, I guess, let's do some rough estimate eyeballing. Exama, let's just go 270 or maybe let's go to 255, just 255 or whatever. And then how much would this be? So this 10 nautical miles, or maybe like 2 miles. We're just talking about bullshit, nothing numbers here. So Exama, let's have a look. Let's just type in Exama. I believe that was with 2 A's, right? Exama. Exama. So how do we do that? So forward slash, and then we say 255 degrees. And the distance, let's say 2 nautical miles. We do not see Exama here. Let's go. In the Airbus it's always so confusing. The down arrow goes up, the up arrow goes down. It's messing with my brain. There is Exama and then there's Airbus. So let's click on Exama. And it creates BBD03. It's interesting, we removed BBD01 and 02, but it is calling this 03. I like it. And it looks like there is indeed a little waypoint there. So now it will be interesting. Could we also go into this one and change the information from here? It doesn't look like we can. Return to the flight plan, but something like that could definitely work in the Airbus FMC, and it's really nice. So let's say, for instance, we did 3 miles. So let's do let's just delete it first. So clear DVD. And we just leave the gap there for a bit. So Exama. / and let's just go for 255 again, and then this time let's say 4 miles. And let's put that on Airbus, and then you see it wants us from RF448 to go to Exxon. So let's get rid of that discontinuity there for a second. Obviously this is not the shape that we would like. My apologies. Not the shape we would like, but this is definitely getting there. For instance, we could also say now remove Exama, and this would be, but you know, this is obviously too far out. And then we're eyeballing, and we can use charts and some guesstimation and all that. So probably 3 miles would have been better, or maybe even we can put in a decimal, I'm not sure. Why don't we just simply try it out? So it's clear BBD04. Let's just simply clear the flight plan discontinuity as well. So this is the situation as it is supposed to be now. So after Exama. So what's so nice in the Airbus or in the Boeing FMCs, you can just click Exama and it will copy it there, which is for typing in stuff very nice. So Exama, what do we say, 255, and let's try decimals. Let's try 3 decimal 4, if it likes that, yes or no. Otherwise it was a format error. But, yeah, format error. I thought it took it there for a second. And now when we click clear, it's also deleting it, and I do not like it, but probably it's the safest thing. You don't want the nonsense commands in there. Exama / 255 / so let's just try 3. Put that on Airbus. That just hurt. But then if we were to delete Exama, which which I do not really want to do. I do not want to put that back in, because it will actually be gone. But yeah, that's, you can see on these short distances, turns don't work, you know. That's also what I'm a little bit afraid of, really, but in this case I would actually make it better, so it would be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, see, this doesn't work, you know, I'm just messing it up, but it's one way of learning, especially if you use your head. Alright, so let's get rid of BBD05. Clear. BBD05, and you're gone. I'm afraid you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Let's try something else. So we have Airbus to Oxaru. That does not show the heading. We should be able to see basically that should be all at 159. So if we say Airbus, heading 159, so basically that would be along this line. Actually it should be moving that way, I think, so maybe we need reciprocal. So stand by 1 second, let's get the reciprocal heading, then would be 339. So let's do that, 339. So that would be into our direction. Going down is the opposite, right? So, okay, so Airbus, and then how far? 5 miles, so that would be 2.5. It does not like decimals, so let's do 2 miles. And I'm hoping this should give us a waypoint exactly 2 miles on the exact runway center line. Unless we need to put in the 159. Let's say, how much did we say? The 2 miles? This is 2.5. Yeah, so 2. And put that on. Let's try putting it on Airbus. Okay, that's interesting. It is still a little, yeah, it's just a little bit closer. Maybe that's why you get a little bulge there. But yeah, I like where this is going. But I hate that we have to type the entire thing in all over again every time. So this was 2 from Airbus. So let's try 4. So BBD06 can go. And also clear the flight plan discontinuity. Then we go Airbus. And it was 339. And now we go 4 miles. Click on Airbus. Yeah, this is too short of a distance, but and it's not needed, but it is definitely interesting and helpful. Obviously, this can also apply to like the range we're using now is 4 miles. You could also say 400 miles. I would think, you know, which you'll probably never use like that, but yeah, for some. Yeah, I like it a lot. So, BBD07, clear, that can go. And then we get the discontinuity that we're going to kill as well. And now nothing changed. Go back to secondary flight plan. So you can copy the active, we did. We have secondary flight plan to get into it, then we can activate it, or we can clear the secondary. We can also set our cruise levels. So maybe we would have a different, I don't know, step climb or descent or whatever that you want to put in, but basically to get up to cruising. And would we really be able to change these as well? I guess, yeah, fuel rule changes, okay. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. So we could, for instance, also put in the alternate destination here, rather than what we did now was set up for a different runway. So by the time we arrive, we could leave it in. Maybe that's actually interesting. Because like in about 7 or 6.5 hours, who knows what the weather will be, you know. Sometimes it may actually switch like 180 degrees, or turn 180 degrees if the wind's from a totally opposite direction. And in such case, it would actually be very helpful to just say, oh, you know what, okay, secondary flight plan, no worries, man. Anybody got any questions? Okay, who's hungry? You know, let's land. So something interesting happened just while I was explaining, well, okay, so the secondary flight plan, I actually never really use it, and all of a sudden I actually started reading it out loud, and yeah, but I'm definitely going to look up some more information, as to how you can apply it, like what, you know, how can you use it to your advantage. It's nice to get, you know, to work it out for yourself a little bit, but it's also interesting to see, like, hey man, what else can you do with it? And what are the options, and how can you exploit it, or like utilize it? It's a better word, utilize it, you know. So part of me feels like clicking activate secondary, but the biggest part of me is holding me from doing that, because that probably nothing really would change, but I don't know, and we have no reason, but I think you can safely just change it over activate secondary flight plan. If you go, let's go to the flight plan. Is this still following what we're doing? Let's see if we go to map. So this is saying we're on our way to ELSIR. Yeah, I'm not really sure now how to read this, but it looks like we would be on our way to MIILS. So maybe that's, let's try something else. We'll go back to secondary flight plan, and we say copy active. So basically we just immediately overwrite the other secondary that we had. But then now we should, no, we still see MIILS on the top here, flight plan. This is the active flight plan, you also have MIILS on top. Okay, so this is meaning, so I'm just panicking over nothing. So it's basically saying, it's nice. So we have ELSIR, we have our destination here, what's the next waypoint. But it's also still saying, hey man, I know that you flew over MIILS, I'm not forgetting this. So we don't have to forget, we have it right here. You know, we're on our way from the top one to the second one. And it's like a different kind of style than you see in the Boeings. You know, so sometimes, if I don't say these things to myself out loud the way I do it right now, then it will not work on a intuitive level for me. So I need to sort of read it out, and then I'm like, oh, okay, and then it will become intuitive. So you could, for instance, copy the active. You could, for instance, make some change, because I believe when we're in the secondary flight plan, I think we saw that we cannot go to the, well, we can go to the plan page, but then if we go through the waypoints, so it was not showing us the waypoints, which is exactly what the flight plan is supposed to do. So if you go to flight plan, the active flight plan, and you can see we're now on the plan page. If you now go through your waypoints, you should be able to go to all the waypoints in your entire flight. And that is not doing it on the secondary flight plan. Maybe there is like a very good reason for that, or maybe it's simply like I don't know what I'm doing. There might be some setting here, but or whatever, or wherever. But I can also imagine that it's like, no man, this should basically always be based on what is current and active. That would make sense to me as sort of a security measure, you know, safety measure. Like, yeah, I can imagine, like, you don't want, for instance, both of the pilots have different things here. Like, what if you forget something like that, you know? So I can imagine this is quite an important screen. Let's say first you aviate, then you navigate, and then you communicate, right? So as long as you're not crashing, now you need direction. So if you, yeah, I guess it could be a reason. I'm not really sure, but it would be very nice if you could use the plan page here. But at the same time, I guess you could also just use your current flight plan, make some funny changes. I don't know, then I want to say then copy that to the secondary, but then how do you get your original back? You have to still undo it. But I'm just trying to figure out some options, like how you could use the copy function, like you make some change here, use this. That's cool. And basically it should be used for secondary flight plan, so you can use for your alternate as well. So instead of, let's go to our active flight plan. No, oh, that's no longer possible on the inner page maybe. Yeah, we can enter an alternate airport. That was Lima India Romeo November, I believe. So quickly confirm. I'm not certain which one that is. I think it's Turin maybe, doesn't show here. No, it doesn't. So where's the OFP? Flights. View simply OFP. Routing, default route, and this is the alternate route. Maybe Romeo November. Runway 24. Come on, can you please delete when I click the combination? Thank you. Go LIRN, this will be our alternate. Cool, it's sitting there, chilling, being beautiful. So now if we go to secondary, we don't have the alternate, so we copy access, and we should have the alternate there. And then, while in the alternate, would there be a way to set LIRN as your destination? We cannot use the init page, the init button, because that always will apply to the flight plan, to the active flight plan, ACT active. So yeah, I'm guessing what you find that it all makes sense, right? But so let's go secondary flight plan, and I think I'm already getting an idea. So we're going to find our runway, like we did earlier, runway 16 left. Remember when we clicked it, we could still select star. So this is basically our airport. And then procedure hold new destination. So Lima, India, Romeo, November. Not really sure if it works like this. I don't think it does. Now after runway 16 left, you get flight plan discontinuity, and then it takes you there. So we're definitely getting somewhere. LIRN. Let's look at the normal flight plan. Let's see how the alternate look. It's actually the same. So I don't think there's anything we did there. Let's go back secondary flight plan. Look at it. So it looked like that didn't really quite work. Well, it's a different kind of thing. And look, you have some waypoints here as well. Oops, cannot zoom in on this one, so start scrolling. I think that's enough exploring for me for now. But it's interesting to see. So you have some sort of flight plan, but I don't know what it's based on. You know, like is this like this actually looks like the arrival, the Rifi 9 hotel, Rifi, and there's the airway Mike 779er. There's a VOR, PNZ 1 Bravo. Not really sure what this means. How to really use this. But yeah, what's the second page say? Okay, it's constituency. No, let's go back secondary flight plan. I'm not really sure how to do it. Like, let's say right now we need to divert, you know, something, some reason, and whoops, we got to divert right now. I'm not talking like now, like be as fast as you can, but basically we are changing our destination to something close by. For instance, maybe a little bit close for that, but let's say we need to go to Kansas. Code is Charlie Yankee Quebec X-ray. So where is it? Charlie Yankee Quebec X-ray. So then how would this work? Would you just say like yeah, I don't know what I said. I'm done exploring for now, but yeah, I like it. It's notes that I would like to learn more. So that's always cool, isn't it? So let's again just go. Let's first like clear the secondary. Oh wait, no, we didn't have to. But for now, runway 34 right approach is gone. But who knows? You know, when I get back, we'll see what the weather will be, and if we need to change it, we could maybe just try actually to copy the currently active flight plan and simply change the approach. That would be quite cool actually. And then at the same time it doesn't get so tedious, and you know, you can just say, all right, oh, we're going the other runway. No worries, we got this. You do it, you know, you execute. So ELSIR 133 nautical miles. 159, 143. So we're now 1 hour 38 minutes into the flight. I'm afraid outside, the further out we get, the darker it will be. We still have some land, so we have the Gander airport somewhere below us. Cannot really see it, but it should be around here somewhere. I believe it was a little bit back. So we go back to map view. And we can turn on airports. So you will see airports to our, what is it, 2 o'clock? To our right. This is 80 miles, so this is about 10 or 20 miles or so. Where's our tail? I would expect it to be around this area, more or less. Let's turn off airports. So basically during these long haul flights, you know, if you turn on airports, then there will be nothing I mean, not long haul flights, but transatlantic flights, or any Atlantic flights, or I mean any oceanic flights, I should say. You know, think it's called like ETOP scenarios, right? So where two adjacent airports are very far away, and I believe all the transatlantic flight plans aim, obviously, to adhere to certain regulations for flying ETOPs. Always forget what ETOP stands for, but it has something to do with aircraft flying over these very long distances. This could also be maybe like a deserted area, but then land instead of water. And I think I can show you what I mean. Let's go flights and view OFB, and then we go maps. This is just displaying the weather, I think, but the idea is that, let's go back to the top one. So they basically say on the route that you're flying now, but obviously it's not like a random route, but on the route that you're flying now, there's a circle of this and this behind the airport right here, for instance, Shannon or whatever, and Ireland, and there will be a certain range ring around it, and there will be a range ring around the last airport, and they should overlap. I don't know really about how much and why and exactly the specifics, but it has something to do with they should overlap. So, like in other words, you should always be able to sort of like have some decent chance to, in an emergency, to divert to the nearest airport, which isn't, you know, something you don't have when you're flying oceanic. When you're just simply flying over the United States, there are so many airports, you know, that you can have an alternate, you can have a, you know, like an improvised landing, if you will, emergency landing anywhere, you know, as long as the aircraft will fit on the runway, basically, you know. Sometimes you might require ILS, certain aircraft or companies, I think, airlines may have certain rules for that, or their own ways. Like, no, we require ILS for the alternate, you know, for stuff like that. But anyway, so long story short, but you don't have that luxury when you're flying over the ocean. There is just nothing at all, and that's why there is this ETOPS thing where like there must be like at least two. You should never be between those airports, and that they don't overlap. There would be gaps that would make things a little bit more uncertain. So something like that is, I don't know whatever started this, what triggered this, that started talking about this, but here we are. So we're finally leaving Canadian airspace here, and then we go oceanic. And now I remember what started it, looking at the navigational display. So now we have the airport on, the airport button, turn on and off the airport. So yeah, when you're flying over the ocean, you should have 0 airports, which kind of makes sense. So usually these pilots, when they start seeing airports again, basically they've reached civilization again, you know, and it's always a better position to be in as a pilot, because you're carrying, most pilots are carrying, or airline pilots are carrying passengers, you know, with lives, which are sacred. nice. That's the in-flight entertainment for yours truly. Well, let me step off into the galley for a little bit and get an update on my ice stick. So I will be back within 2 shakes with 1 lens tail. Right, so the aircraft is still flying. AP1 is on, plus nav1 holds 37,000. Stop to descent, 504, and 2,740 miles. So I must say I'm intrigued with the secondary flight message. Something I always basically I've never used. So next time maybe it might be interesting, like not right now, like we're in mid-flight, but like when we're on the ground, to use, for instance, the secondary flight plan to put in an alternate, something like that. So basically you should be able to put an alternate in your current flight plan, I guess, as well. So I'm not really sure how that all works, but it's definitely getting closer to something. So the perf page has a couple of pages. You have the Econ Cruise now. So Econ, I think, is like the economy setting basically, so like the best for the environment, for the aircraft, like overall effort or something to have at least something less intrusive. And the next page, we select descent to Econ, so you can, I think you can change this if you want to say, well, I want it to be 320 knots. Descent forecast, I believe we checked this aircraft, and I don't know if this doesn't work, or simply, sorry, don't know how to use it. I was able to put in a temperature there, let's say 3. Well, great job, you can insert it, but there's no, so I don't know, maybe we have to put in the winds ourselves. Would that be it? So let's clear out the temperature. I mean, gives you forecasted information that you need, right? Could have a look at the menu page. There was an ACARS, but I'm not sure if that's working. Pre-flight en route. Position report, Aegis, oceanic, what is it, clearance? I don't know. Weather. Okay, I like where this is going. Oh man, can you get... So let's try Lima, India, Romeo, Oxford. our destination airport. Weather type meter. Yes, I want meter. Okay, so what's the next step? Weather request, we put in a station. So we could also say, well, let's have the weather for our alternate airport. Lima, India, Romeo, November. Now how do we send this? So we go return. Received. Messages, I don't know, maybe it auto sends, I don't know. ATC received, miscellaneous received. This says nothing. Miscellaneous also says nothing. Click next to it now. Does that mean it's removed it? Does it mean it's sent it? Let's try here as well. Only thing that happens here is it changes the format of the weather display. There's no execute button like you have in the Boeings. So it's not like you say here's a Rome airport and then execute and then start doing something. And there's no other buttons up either side. Let's try again and receive messages. There's no weather in here, WX, I'm guessing. Maybe this is not working or working yet, I don't know. Status request. Let's try that. Service type en route. Arrival. Then again, there is no button, sort of like say send it. I'm not really sure what I'm missing here. Text, verify tailx, that's funny. So it could very well be that this is not, I don't know why would I put it in if it doesn't work. Maybe it only works like online, for instance, you know, like when you're flying on that sim. What's Oceanic CLX? Facility Gander. That's close by. Okay. That happened. Entry point. Yeah, so entry point, I think that's indeed like Oceanic. So there's an entry point where you basically transition from flying, I don't know what the opposite's called, from overland to oceanic. Interesting stuff, whether I understand everything or not, but it's definitely intriguing. Position reports. Flight log, what does that show us? Nothing, doesn't work. So received messages, well, it doesn't show us anything. No. I don't think this is working then. Because I don't see any other options. Let me know if you do, but I don't see anything. So weather, Well, we see that. We can put in LIRF. When we click next to it, it will go. And when we click here, it will just change the weather type, but or the format at which it's in which it is displayed. There's no actual button to actually request it. So we got direct intercept. This is our direct page. So if they say, hey man, you can go direct to Dogal, just click Dogal, and then we click it again. We're not doing that. Oh no, what did I do? Can I clear? Help. Shit. Let's not panic. We are on the, let's see if we go flight plan page. Oh, there you go, we're just back on the flight plan page, nothing going on. We now go to direct page, and that's also reset. I like it, okay. Such a direct intercept. Navigate page, well, this will auto-populate with nearby radar stations it's receiving, such as the Gander that we flew over earlier. That's the Yankee Quebec X-ray VOR. So that frequency is 112.70. Can we enter the VOR anywhere, or at least like see it on the NATT display? These are the VHF radios. I think this is all done through the FMC. But then there should be a button VOR1. Turn that on, there you go. Where does it show? It shows right here. This is picking up Yankee Yankee Tango. That's a different one, isn't it? Oh, so we're now closer to that one, I guess. But, well, there's an example right there for you. Yeah, so that's your NATT page. Let's turn off VOR. And then once we get closer to the airport, it will auto-populate the ILS frequency and the final approach course. We can also put it in manually if we need. So we put it within 108.1 at 159 degrees. Put it in the same format with the /, just like you see it here basically, and it would appear there. That's the NAVGAT page, performance page, we've seen that. So there's the cruising stage that we're at now. We've got this is not a time, this is counting down, isn't it? I was reading it as a time, that's why I got the wrong time earlier. So it's 4 hours 53 minutes to the top of descent. They're both counting down, and this is not okay. The thing is, sometimes when this might be a timestamp, let's say 0400. Sometimes due to the winds changing and everything, it might change it ever so slightly. So, yeah, it's logical to sort of assume that when you see a change, you're not immediately thinking, oh, you know, it's I don't know, I forgot how I started. So, I think this is actually counting down like 52. So it's not like jumping up and down, because that could also be like you all of a sudden, for a while, like you have a tailwind for a while, and then your top of descent time might be lower. Instead of 0400, it would be maybe 0358, stuff like that, you know. That's also very useful actually, even less calculating. So I know that I now have 4 hours of napping time if I go to rest right now. So that's I like it. So that's on the perf page, and then we saw it has a second page as well, 2 of 2. And this is for the descent, and then we went to the descent forecast and we hit the dead end. You can edit, not really sure what this would do. Not allowed. Probably not the way to do it, but we're not going to edit here anything. So the inner page, we added our alternate airport. But for now, this is just, I think it's just nonsense because the aircraft would have no clue how to get there. Besides maybe do a direct, still, obviously then it would go there. So how that works, like at some point if you have to divert, there's obviously some procedures for that, right? You have to take into account where are we now and all that. So if you just if you have the copied flight plan, including all the waypoints before, I'm not really sure how the logic behind it is going to process it. You know, it's going to figure like, oh, they must have crossed ELSIR, so we're not sending them back to ELSIR. That would be very nice if they would do that, very considerate. Not really sure how that works, but I can imagine there's something to watch out for. So yeah, so how would the aircraft know how to get to LIRF from its current position if all of a sudden you were to say, well, let's switch to the secondary flight plan, which you set, for instance, to let's call it Torino, and then you activate that. How is it going to look like? Is it then going to start, for instance, still with ELSIR, with the aircraft first? Like, you know, that stuff happens when you don't know what you're doing, you know, and that happens to me a lot. Those kinds of things, not maybe this example, but you know, you do something and like all of a sudden you see your plane going, wait, what the hell, where are you going? No, it's a clear sign that you don't understand exactly what it is that you're doing there, but you're very close. So yeah, so that's the second, that was the init page. So the init page we see alternate company routes. Yeah, we don't use that alternate route. I'm not really sure how that works. Can we click that? Sometimes when you're mid-flight, the init page might not allow everything. Maybe this first page I think it does, but for instance the weight page I don't think you can or should want to change anything here, because this has basically become a readout now, I guess, of your actual numbers. So what was the usable fuel on board? I think that's what the U stands for. Usable fuel on board 44.5. Let's actually double check that. 44.5. You could maybe change the final time, I can imagine. So 1.7 thousand kilograms of fuel for 30 minutes. Shall we try? Let's just see if we only change the time, see if the fuel will change along with it. Because this is basically, this is a planning bit. This is not a readout, you know. So let's say we want 0.45 minutes for whatever reason. Out of range. Okay. So what do we change? Not really sure. So what do we say? 2 and forward slash? Format error. Okay, so I'm not going to mess with it, but yeah, so that's not everything you can change here, since you're mid-flight. Weight units, fuel units, I have seen this, but never really fuel quantity, dump gross weight, dump time. So could you actually dump your fuel in this aircraft in the simulator? That would be really cool. I've never done such a thing in any of my aircraft. Surely it must be in there, like the Phoenix A320 or something. Surely that must have a fuel dump function to almost everything. So yeah, that was the 3 pages for the init page. And the takeoff approach in this aircraft, it's a new button. It's not a common button that you see on the Airbus A320 NCDU. My controller stopped working again. We're getting a little bit more close and personal. So approach, take approach, yeah. landing weight 171.2, runway length. So it means it should know. Does it not show our runway here? It does. LIRF, runway 16 left. So clean, our clean minimum clean speed without flaps and everything would be 208. Slap extension, minimum flaps. And I believe the last flight that we did landed with 35 degrees of flaps. Just actually to have a higher approach speed. Also because I had some previous bad experience with the aircraft. And when I knew it slightly less well than I think I do now. So I was a little bit afraid of flying at a slower speed. So if we change this now, it's now set for 35. So at our current weight, basically, it would figure then the VRAF speed would be 143, and then you add 5 knots for the wind, 148 final approach speed, configured with flaps down to 35 degrees. So you'll see this figure go lower at 50 flaps, obviously. So it went from 148 to 144. Not a huge difference, but interesting choices nonetheless. Usually, like in the 777 and the Airbus, I always go like full flaps. I also like it, you know, it's just cool that you can have full flaps. But the Airbus A320, for instance, has a flap 3 landing configuration as an option as well. And then there's a button up in the overhead panel where you actually have to say, hey, we're doing a flap 3 landing, so the aircraft knows that you're not making a mistake and forgetting your flaps. I guess that's sort of what the explanation would be. But knowing myself, I usually actually just would automatically choose 50, just to be as slow as we can. So maybe we'll do that today. Would actually also be interesting to land at a little bit of a lower speed. I mean, as long as we do everything that we're supposed to be doing, it shouldn't make any difference, you know. But I'm still, well, big word, I want to say I'm still traumatized from the embarrassment of flying on the channel live and just crashing on approach in this aircraft. But I've had a lot of flight hours since, and I like to think that I've picked up a thing or two. And that it's still all very challenging. And there's so much more to learn, you know, the more you learn, the more you know what you don't know. Right? That's how it works. So yeah, that's the takeoff approach page. The go around section. What does this show us? Climb plus 1620, acceleration altitude 3120. Thrust limits. So much information here, man. So then the flight plan page, we've seen this a lot. Progress page, we've seen those as well. Progress page, we can see our so now I'm curious. I believe this should actually be a time and not a. It should not count down or up as such. As I said earlier, when you have all of a sudden like a heavy tailwind for like an extended period of time, then obviously your estimated time of arrival will change. I'm just not sure what the O stands for. Distance to go, DTG. So we have a little bit of information here. Usually they show you the current waypoint, so from 5050 November to 5240 November. And the next waypoint that would follow in sequence is then named at that. The times and the altitudes that you have to be there, or the time that you will be there and the altitude that you should be there. Usable fuel on board, now it's 43.6. This is our actual fuel, 43.6. Now changing to 43.5. Estimated fuel on board. This applies to this bit here. So at our destination, runway 16 left, at 717 Zulu, we should have 18.6 fuel kilograms, 18,600 kilograms of fuel left on board. So that's the kind of stuff we have on the progress page. And then there's the wind and the temperature. So the temperature currently is 53 degrees centigrade, and the wind coming from 236 degrees at 103 knots. So 236 degrees. We are flag 090, so 236 is, where is it? Yeah, it's a little bit this area, I would sort of guesstimate. It's a bit of a tailwind, I guess. 103 knots, so that's not nothing. And usable fuel. And then it also has a second page, this is 1/2. So 2/2, that gives you a fix page. I'm still not sure what RTA stands for. In terms of vertical REF, what is it? Well, let's go back to progress page. And then that's the fix page, dedicated fix page. You can, yeah, we saw that earlier. I'm not really sure if it's, what was it, ELSIR? We've flown past it, but it doesn't matter. I just want to explore what it says. I remember now there's, yeah, no intercept. That's interesting, that's saying that because it's behind us. So let's say Examon. So yeah, I would have to study this a bit more. The NTKFX6, not really sure, but it's probably just, you know, like, say, radio 300 and 15 miles. No, format M. So there you go. So I'm not really sure what I'm doing on this page, in this aircraft at least. So like in the Boeing and the actual Airbus, that works I believe a little bit differently, a lot more user-friendly or more intuitive, maybe I should say. So that would be the fix page. Always nice when there is a dedicated fix page, and I do not believe they have that in the Airbus A320. I don't think the fix has a button. They do on the Boeings, but not in the Airbus, and so that's why this is an interesting aircraft. Like I told you earlier, it has like a NCDU style, like Airbus style, and there's also Airbus, well, for instance, the compass there, apparently that's supposed to be very Airbusy. I don't know, but just telling you what I know. And the top of descent management, so when we put in a lower altitude, and our cruising altitude, and we fly over top of the descent, it will start descending on its own. And that is then very Boeing. And the fact that there's a fixed page, a fixed button I should say, is in that sense also quite Boeing. It's more like Boeing than like Airbus, so those things are also funny. It makes it a very funky little aircraft. So okay, so that was the fixed page. Secondary flight plan, we've looked at that. Ref page, what was this again? HCCOM. Would this help us? Maybe this is also saying A cars. It would become a loop. Try it one more time. LIRF. No, there's no button there. So we should get rid of it. So that's the ref page. What else do we have here? HCCOM Nav 8. There's no back button. So we just have to remember which button we pressed. Okay, so left. Dock data. What the hell is that? Documentary data. No clue. Well, it is, okay, so the time 0221. And the date. Memory readout. What the hell is that? Defined waypoint. Weapon closest airport. Aircraft status, sensor status. Oh, this is a rest index, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So memory readout doesn't appear to do anything. I have no clue what it's supposed to be doing. Aircraft status. Yeah, this is a familiar page. Here we should have, no, not here. Access birth database. Closest airport, does this give us a little list or something, or maybe like all alone up here? We can turn on airports and go maximum range. And there's nothing. I'm curious actually, where are we now? So definitely left the Americas behind us. Or North America. Cool, looking forward to landing this plane in Rome. Defined waypoints. Hey, these are the waypoints that we created. Look at that. They're stored somewhere. You could also delete. That is so nice. So you can see we put in ELSIR 08815. And then if we go next, we put in ELSIR 01015 and so on. And then the name changes BD03, 04 all the way into 7. Then delete all new waypoints. What happens with new waypoints? Let's have a look at that. Oh wow. That's interesting. Let's say you're talking over the radio and somebody tells you, hey man, you should go there, and they give you the latitude and longitude. I don't know, maybe you could answer it like this. So where the hell are we coming from? I don't like it when there's no back button. Like, so left again. And then what the hell was it? Looking at waypoints, I believe. Defined waypoints, yeah. So let's delete all. And then it says new waypoint. So that's interesting. So basically what we've been doing, place bearing distance. I'm not sure what place would stand for. But I guess what the, I think I can guess what it's going. So let's say ELSIR. Which one? No. Eczema. Let's for instance take eczema. So that will be the identifier, so I think we should be able to put it there. There you go. Latitude, longitude, no clue. Place, also no idea what bearing, so not sure. Let's not do this, but this is, yeah, it's intriguing stuff, I like it. Maybe go back here. No, we don't have to delete it, okay. ATC column A cars. Okay. That was the left page and then with the menu. And we started here basically. you go on maintenance. Standby NATT, what does that do? Let's not use it. So go back to flight plan. To the next waypoint, 250 nautical miles. So that's these are all big jumps. So I'll be stepping off for a couple of minutes, and then I'll be back. Let's check the first page. So counting down 4.5 hours. So in a little bit I will lie down, but for now I will be right back. outside from it. Nothing to see. Also, we do have a lot of stars. And I think if we turn off the logo light, it would be even darker. Look at that. I guess it can't hurt to leave it on. Actually, let's have another look. We'll turn on all the lights. Let's see what it would look like. We should also have, do we have a wing? Yeah, it's like that, okay. But the beacon is on, right? Yeah, okay. So the runway turn-off lights also give you the wing lights at the same time. If we turn off the landing lights, taxi lights. Now we should have, let's see, what are the runway turn-off lights? How does this work? Let's see again, what do they call them here? Wing and runway turn-off, left and right. So we obviously have two light sources here. So if we would go into the cabin, but hopefully I'm not going to disengage the autopilot, so let's not do this for too long. It's a big aircraft, because I'm looking for the for like basically the area where I'm not sure if this is marked. I don't think so. But they should allow for the pilot to inspect the wing, the leading edge of the wing, to see if there's any ice build up and there's the edges. Let's go back to the flight deck. AP1 is on, thrust nav 1 holding at 37,000. We can keep all of those off. So 4 hours 17 minutes until the top of descent. So I'll aim to be back at 0600 hours, Zulu. That would make sense, yeah, 0600 hours Zulu, so that's like 1 hour and 70 minutes before touchdown. Go to secondary flight plan again. We copy the active. opposite runway. We keep the aircraft 3 Bravo. ILS 34 right. We insert. Gearwest, I believe we have to take this out. Let's have a look at this, just because we can. So our current runway would be 16 left. ILS 34 right. Let's maybe not put a pin there. I'm going to put a pin there, man. Just has to be sharp. Okay, so runway 16. Gearwest, yeah, so we need to remove gearwest from this one. So ELB, top of descent, and then the gearwest, that's not going to work, obviously. So if we were to keep our arrival, that would mean the following. Back, Global, LEMKA. These buttons are so counterintuitive, man. So BEBIX, LERGA, TOZOT. Wait, no, doesn't look even remotely like it. Wait, we have to stay on the secondary, obviously. So we use secondary. Check something now because it looks like to secondary. Maybe overclicking here. Oh, my apologies for that. This should be going up. So runway 34 right. Start. It does say Alpha 3 Bravo. It is selected. Look at the chart. Our runway is not covered. So it's a little silly that it's in here. Unless I'm not saying something. So, which runway is? Star charts. I think maybe procedures, that might be better. Then we go arrivals. And then we select our runway with the filters. So we got the runway 34 right as an alternate runway. Something from the south, and the what is 7X. This one. Okay, so Zeno 7X, let's have a look at it. Can we pin this? Yeah, we just did. Runway 34 right. Initial climb. What the hell are we looking at? This is an SID. I don't want SID. Out of Rome. Thought we were looking at arrivals. Just departures. Such an idiot. So to the runway. Goes through the whole thing again. And it makes sense because it looks weird. So from the south, so we could take the yellow one to Eccles. That would be the Esino 2 November. So 2 November, then we'll look at that. So this will take you to Esino and then to Nathan. Esino to Nathan, and then if we go to 34 right, so we have Nathan on there as well. Oh, but you could put in Idabu and in Exu, whatever, Odula. Nathan is there as well. Nathan, yeah, okay. So it's basically the same story as before for runway 16 left. So anyway, so let's say this was the, what was this sucker called again? Oh, this was the approach chart. The Zeno 2 November, so let's just enter this. Zeno 2 November. This one. We got the Zeno 2 November and ILS 34 right, so we insert this. And unfortunately you do not have this information now on the plan page, so we'll have to just make do. On top of this center, here we're going up, so airbats we would have to delete. On top of this end, OST 30 and then intercept. This would be and then to NATO. Yeah, so we could do this. So we have secondary flight plan. If we just leave it like this and we don't change anything, so we don't clear secondary, we don't activate it, and we don't copy the active, because I think that's just going to override. And basically we have a secondary flight plan now for the time that we arrive. So like a backup plan. So instead of landing runway 16 left, we could say, well, we're going to land runway 34 right. Same runway, but a different direction. Let's look at the current weather at our destination. So, what is it? Airport weather. So, meter say 12012 knots, so runway 16 is still active, still logical. Do we have any kind of status? No relays is available, no IVAO, pilot edge maps, there's nothing online. Also no relays, but it's the middle of the night in Italy, so that makes sense. I guess, I'm not really sure how the was some flights landing at some point, I guess. Yeah, so that's cool. I like it. So we have a secondary plan basically, for when we arrive and should the wind have changed, then we can just get another arrival and approach. We've covered quite some miles now. We're now 2 hours 45 minutes into the flight. Top of descent, 4 hours and 2 minutes. Arrive on time 0715. Distance to go 2319 miles. Estimate fuel on board will now be 17.5. This was 18.5 or something, a little bit earlier. So the fuel prediction there has definitely changed. Let's have another time check. So it's 2:51, and that's actually the current time. Okay, so that's because I've had a couple of times where there was like a minute of difference. Could be that I had to exit to the menu or something fairly short, but yeah. So if there's ever a kid coming into the cockpit and it says, I want to do something, you can say, well, you can lift them up and say, you can press that little button there, that black button, and they go, oh man, this is so cool. I mean, I'm an adult and I'm liking this. Look at all the little lights. So obviously to check if the light bulbs behind all the buttons are operative. I like them bright. Not sure what this does. Cargo door test. What does it test? How do I see what it's testing? I do not know. And these buttons, I'm not sure. I've never used this. What is this? Crew rest. I think these are okay. Okay. So yeah. Not really sure. It looks like, in a way, like a communications kind of panel. Maintenance interphone, something like that. The aft attendants, overwing attendants, mid-pool attendants, forward attendants, crew rest area. Oh, STA, no. PA would be public address. I think public address would probably also be here the would it be intercom or PA? Let's see. Have I been using this all the time? Was it wrong in this aircraft? Oh, there's a little chime going on. Let's test that out again. We hear anything when we're in here? PA? I could have sworn I heard the bong. There you go. That doesn't allow you to spam it. Here you don't hear it. Ah, cool, interesting. So like the little phone is ringing, I guess, when you hit that. Where are we close to here? I'm now looking for a phone. Oh yeah, this plane has a really big kitchen. Look at that, or galley rather. Look, you can have a little dance performance here. I'm looking for some sort of intercom system, like a telephone style kind of thing. Looking at this just makes me thirsty. I'm using the controller now and the right mouse button, so it could be that we accidentally turned off the autopilot, so let's quickly go back. No, it's not yelling at us, fortunately. But sometimes it may happen, you know, like you let go of one button, so I hold my right mouse button, I can look, and when I keep holding it, then I use my left stick and the right forward on the left stick. But if I now let go of the mouse, it will detect a alien input. So let's turn the autopilot back on. Sometimes that happens. Only difference this time it happens on purpose. So what else? I'm not sure if we're allowed to turn it off. I think so. I think it's just for the engine ignition, but maybe at the same time you, I don't know, do you want it on for safety? I don't know. I'm not going to touch it. What is this test? What else do we have? So the annunciator lights test, you'll use the reset, no. Engine, max, pointer, reset. Fortunately, cabin pressure is being handled by the aircraft. also Airbus about this, that when the light is not on, it is working. It is showing you when it is wrong and it is off. So for instance, if we turn off the packs, you cannot really tell if you know, in a way like, well, are they on or off, you know, it's just a button. So pack number 3, it'll actually go to manual, so I think you have to click manual. And then that's off, and that's now showing off. So whatever this is, you know, it's on. I'm not sure what the LSS means. GPWS terrain override. I think if you turn this on, you will not get the pull up, or maybe you will not get terrain, something like that. Those warnings, ground proximity warning system. You would never really use this unless maybe when you're at in certain situations, like certain airports that have a little bit of a funny approach. There might be a hill in front of you. If you adhere to all the constraints, then there is no problem. But if the aircraft doesn't know this, then it will simply detect terrain. It will say, hey dude, there's terrain in front of you. And then it goes bap, 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 and you go, oh, shut up. I must say I never really use it. Sometimes I try, but usually when I try, I'm like doing all kinds of things at the same time. So maybe it's nice to just check some of these things out one time. But for now we'll leave it engaged basically and not over it. The APU, engine APU fire test. Not going to click that. So I don't know what temperature settings would be generally advised for flights like these, where it's, you know, it's dark, it's nighttime. Passengers probably, most of the passengers probably will want to sleep. So I'm not sure what kind of temperature usually they would set, you know. If you go to air page, you should get the information about the air system. Thinking the blue one is the think what's current, 24 degrees throughout. I don't know this for a fact, by the way, but I'm expecting that to be the case. So would you rather have it a little bit warm or maybe a little bit colder, so people will snuggle onto something, under something, you know, like get the blankets out. Maybe you would like to make it a little bit colder for sleeping. So it's nice and cool on the flight deck as well, so we don't fall asleep. Although I will be falling asleep in a little bit. Then obviously the temperatures will not change immediately. So this looks like it brought it down. And air is coming in at 21 degrees, at 20 degrees. And I think that's basically what's happening, isn't it? If you look at the flow chart, if you will. Yeah, interesting things. Maybe put this on the fuel page when we're gone. Current fuel 37,750 kilograms. Estimate time arrival 7:15. That's in 4 hours and 11 minutes. We're now 3 hours into the flight. Changes, that's interesting. So the passenger load, I believe we're carrying 292. That is so cool. I really love these switches. Oh, it's only, what? One doesn't want to work. Okay, doesn't matter, 290. Two persons will be cold or really hot. Okay, so what's this saying? Let's go back to the air page then. This might make a difference. Well, no. The number shouldn't change. The way the air is being pumped in, that should change, I think, because it probably require more air, more hot or cold air. I think that it should work something like that. Alright, so back to the fuel page. We'll leave the logo lights on. Anything else up here catches my interest or yours? Is there anybody watching out there? Cargo temperature is set at low, and that's the aft. I'm not sure which one is used for the livestock, if you will, so people carrying animals in the holding. So in case of fire, we can disperse, is it disperse in English, or discharge some chemical agent to put out the fire as quickly as possible. This is for the cargo section, forward and aft. Not sure what the flow button would mean. Let's not press any of these at this point. Ditching. That doesn't work. Alright, man. I'm getting very tired. I'm going to get some deserved rest. Time's now 3:07. Top of descent is in 3 hours and 45 minutes. So I will take like a 3-hour nap and then I'll be back. So that should be at 0600 Zulu. And then we'll prepare for our landing. We'll check our weather to see if that has changed. And then we'll prepare for our approach. it's a bit nice and cozy. Maybe actually it's interesting to just chill from this angle for a change, instead of the wing view. At least when it's dark, there's something to see, as opposed to nothing and a black wing that you don't see, because the background is also nothing. So I think that's going to be our screen. Right, so thanks for checking so far, and if you want to stay long, enjoy. And I'll be back in about 3 hours. flight deck. Let's actually have a look outside. We're flying over southern tip of island. Just have a look. There we are, the southern tip of Ireland. Then taking us to ARKIL.
Altitude.
Altitude, what's happening? So the top of descent, it's still, can hardly sleep, it's like 2 hours. It makes sense, I wanted to be back at about 600 hours, so basically in 1 hour. So maybe I'll rest a little bit more later. I was unable to catch some sleep. Turn on lights here. For estimate time of travel now 7:23, estimate fuel on board 12.6. Thrust F1 holding at 37,000 feet. And I now realize something we totally forgot was to go to starboard pressure. Oh, that's the wrong one. There you go.
Altitude.
Oh, the sun just came up. From the rays of sunlight shining there. That's difficult. See what the weather is at our destination. Our runway currently select for 16 left. And what do you know? The wind appears to have changed to 310 degrees. It's not what I predicted, not at all. But it is what I was wondering, and basically actually what I was experimenting with, or at least with experimenting with the secondary flight plan. And if we now go to the secondary flight plan just to look at it, not activating anything. So these are the waypoints that we have left. ARKIL, DOLUR, and then we'll get the, not sure what this arrival is, the OTROT something. The SN2 November, this is our arrival, stop and descent, SN2 November. OST 30 and then OST 28A. Let's have a look at that. What was your name? Esino 2 November. Put a pin in that one as well, because this might very well become our approach and arrival. So the SCN02, let's look at that one. So we could see the host, the OST. There's OST.
Altitude.
Or what is this? Is Esino. Stand by. Second. So we're 11 o'clock at 37,000 feet. Because yeah, we had to climb a little bit. Because we were not on the correct barometric pressure for the major part of the flight. So as you know, we'll take you to NATT. So I'm not sure about the intercept, what exactly that means. Maybe it's because it's based on the OSTO, the OR. I guess that is, but the aircraft will just do it for us. But I think that's probably it. And then after NATT, if we go to the approach chart for 3-4 right. After NATT is right here. This will take you, number 2 will take you straight to EW and then NX. We got NATT. We could insert maybe like these two waypoints. Stop EW and NX. So this is still the secondary flight plan. EW. That will be where? We have NAVAX, NATT. No, not NAVAX, so we're coming from NATT. After NATT it should be EW. And after EW we will have INEXO. Come on, man. see what this looks like now, unfortunately. Let me see if I can find any information about that online, then I will know. As I was thinking. The navigational display will only display the active flight plan. So if you want to view the secondary on the navigation display, you'll have to activate it, or you swap it to the primary slot in the CDO. I would say, and you can just switch it back. So what we could do maybe, I'm not really sure. Go to flight plan, the active flight plan, that is from ARKIL to DOLUR. DOLUR is 111 nautical miles. Just curious what's going to happen, if it's going to place us at the same position, yes or no. So this might be an interesting moment to try. It's the very first for me. The secondary flight plan, always say activate. We're still on our way to DOLUR. So I guess that bit is looking fine. So how do we switch back? saying. Press the soft key. Secondary. SBL. See you. So you should see the original flight plan listed here. There we go, ILS 16 left. So the primary becomes the secondary. So flight plan. So we should now have our secondary flight plan active. Our beautiful livery. Alright, so let's go to the plan page and let's see what we created. And we can zoom in a little bit more. BEBIX, LERGA, TOZOT, OTROT. Is there a fixed excellent? Decrease, zoom in a little bit more here. So this is what we made, I think. Let's see, am I right? That one. So this looks a bit messy. Then it should take you south. And then to NATO, so it just takes this turn to get to NATO. That's interesting. It looks very inefficient. And then after NATO, what will it do? Zoom out one step. Yeah, so we could do without the NATO. It would almost appear. Now we got ENEX, so let's check that NATO waypoint again. So we do not see it here really, we can see where it's sort of coming from. So the 02 November. Work 34 left and 34 right at Rome. OSD 30, let's see. Okay, so the NATO there looks a little bit funny. So this is SC now. What's the name of this waypoint now? This 30 nautical miles from OSD. Is it just like a radial point, whatever, I don't know. There's a similar one right here. So as we know, not have Asino in there. Not sure that would make a lot of difference though. But this is interesting to see, man. So basically we have a completely different setup here. I cannot stand that sticks there any longer. We're not using that at all. So yeah, this is interesting. My plan page, and we can just play around with it. And we can swap the flight plans around. So yeah, this looks a little bit funny. So we could have a look what it would look like if we go straight from whatever that there is called to NATT. What if we stay? I don't think so. Hang on 1 second. If we were to delete this one, we can. Now there's a flight plan discontinuity. So we clear that. We now know if we totally mess up here, we can go back to the other flight plan, and then we'll just change this one, the secondary again. And what about that intercept? Is it something we can delete? Looks like it. Not sure if I should. So OST 30 and then NATT and then IDABO and EXO. So that looks a little bit more natural, doesn't it? So I'm thinking now we could create a waypoint if you wanted to. I don't think we should, but like. I don't know, like 20 miles 090, just experiment. So NATT. So 090. How much is it say? Let's say 10 miles. Let's start with 5. And we put that before IDAB. So we click IDAB and IDAB will move down. That's looking pretty sweet, look at that. Could have been further out. This is basically becoming somewhat of one I don't know, curve. But definitely allowing us a little bit more distance. Let's just do it. I mean, the distance between these two is probably really short, so okay, it doesn't matter. We might not even use this flight plan, although I expect we will. Let's go back to the map page, to the map view. Set 1 hour 30 minutes. So yeah, the weather actually appears to have changed. Let's go to airport weather or around Fiumicino. There's no agents available. We probably do have METAR. Let's take 320 at 3 knots. So there's not a lot of wind, so should we land on runway 16 left? It's a shallow fog, cool. So should we land on runway 16 left? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so should we land on runway 16 left, then we'll just have a little bit like a 3 knot tailwind, which is perfectly fine. And sometimes I've seen, at least in the simulator, that the ATIS information was actually using basically using runway. It actually would say runway. Let's say runway 16 left in use, but then you would still see wind 320. So basically saying, well, we're doing tailwind landings today. I don't know what it's about. Maybe it's like a transitional kind of thing. So if we can just swap these around, let's do that. Let's experiment, see how stable that is. So we're on our way to TERKU. Is it no longer following the... It's on heading mode. What happened? So we didn't stray too far, unfortunately. Look at that. I'm not sure what happened. I didn't see it happening. Alright, so we go to secondary flight plan. So if this is the secondary flight plan landing page, if you will. So if you click secondary flight plan, we should see it. This is called secondary, but it's only called secondary because it's simply not the active one. So this is actually still taking us to runway 16 left. So secondary flight plan, and we just say activate. Feels a bit weird because I've never done this before, but as you can see, nothing going on. We're still on our way to TERKU. Just getting back on course for a bit. So now we're using the original flight plan again. Let's go to flight plan page and let's see if that is correct. I'm totally loving this, man. So ILS 16 left, so this is really cool, but I don't think we'll be using it. So we're actually, instead of like swapping it around in the active flight plan, let's just load up the secondary now since we already created that. So we just go activate secondary, and there it is, and we're still in NATT 1 mode. That doesn't even change. So that the fact that we went to, maybe sometimes you just hit the button, you know, could be. Don't know what happened. It's very easily done, especially when you use your mouse to look around the aircraft, you know. You can, yeah, sometimes you just need to go click and hold, click and drag a little bit, and sometimes you might just hit the button. Just to quickly double check which one is this? Yeah, so 3-4 right. Okay, so we're at the that's the active flight plan. What's our total descent? 1 hour 27 minutes. We don't have to prepare a whole lot. What I will do is So let's do the flat 50 landing, so full flats. And the approach speed currently 142 knots. And then we will meet our minimum. Maybe we wait until the top of descent. What do you say? Let's do that. Let's wait until we are at the actual top of descent. So we're about to enter France airspace. And then there's the western tip of France. Taking us over to the south. Marseille airport, I think this is. This is Marseille. Nice, where's Marseille? To the right, please. Sorry, my topography is this. What is this? I got us lost. Your pilot got you lost, people. Anyway, so, oh wait, this is all Marseille, so LS. It all looks like Italy. I give up. Anyway, then let's see. Yeah, so let's wait just a little bit longer. The weather might still change again. So I'll be stepping off again in a little bit. Just rest myself. It's good to see the aircraft still flying in one piece. That's 1 hour, 23 minutes to the top stand. So I'm gonna go get a little bit more rest. I'll be back in about 1 hour. Now we have like 22 minutes. We don't have a lot to set up. We just changed our arrival runway using the secondary flight plan. So what is now under secondary flight plan is actually the original one. But we're not using that, we're using runway 34 left now since the wind is changed. I believe, how do we get up? This is the, I didn't change it back accidentally, okay, so 34 right. So performance stage, 1 hour 22 minutes. And let's get increase our range. It gets even lighter outside. Get some brightness up on the primary flight display for when we get back. I think I'm really loving this aircraft. like finally beginning to understand it a little bit better than at the beginning. They're a little bit different than the Boeing and the average Boeing and the average Airbus. But it also bears a lot of similarities, making it for an interesting experience for sure, and quite rewarding, I must say as well. Alright, so enough with the pussyfooting. So I think we're going to be using an internal view. Really have very nice cam angles, I believe. I mean, what the hell? Well, this, you know, why is it like this? Am I doing something wrong? I'm just clicking through the thing, you know. The view on the left side, we only have this one, taking a lot of view away, basically, like a third of the screen. So let's go with this one. We'll look at the right side. And there is nothing wrong about the right side. Alright, man. So I'll be back in about 1 hour. Alright, so we are almost at our top of descent. 21 minutes, 199 miles. So before we start descending, let's check the weather. Looks like it's still 330. It's also look here on that sim or on Leningrad. Do we have meters? Do we have ATIS? No ATIS. We do have meters. Let's take 330, 3 knots. That's a good thing we created that second profile actually. Quite rewarding to use it for the first time. Actually, it was necessary. So what does the weather say? QNH 1011. TRF speed 136, approach 141, and flaps 50. So it seems this should be the correct chart. Rome, Italy, ILS localizer runway 34 right. Localizer 111.55, approach course 339. And then 2500 feet is where the glide slope will start to take us down. So that will be our descent altitude. So 25,000. Altitude 200 feet, airport elevation 14, runway 6 even. So decision altitude 200 feet, radio altitude. That's already at radio altitude right there. Alright, 200. Elevation 6. So that's already recognized. Let's check the Neverhead page. Do not have the ILS at the course in here yet. So apparently ETO should stand for estimated time over, so over that waypoint. So 727. It's in about 35 minutes. So we see say we put 2,500. So it says after the LB. 17 more minutes. Weather's off. The weather plus turbulence. Nothing on the radar says. Adjust the brightness. set the auto brake. Landing elevation is already set, we can see that on the forward suspension takeoff approach. Elevation 6. Runway is at 6, precision altitude 6,000 feet. Interesting to keep that in mind as well. So there's a little bit of rain to the left of us. It's around 80 miles. For us 80 miles to max, so this would maybe be 40 miles, I think. So 11 more minutes, 10 more minutes. Let's set the auto brake medium. And for now that's basically all we can do. We could keep on checking the weather. At 4 degrees, temperature 14, and the pressure is 1011 hectopascal. flight deck. See what's going on up here. 5 minutes to top of descent, 56 nautical miles. Alright, to ELB VOR. I forgot what that stands for. Elba. Okay, now we know. Oh, cool man. Let's get ourselves to Rome again. Today looks like the TFDi design NE11, the passenger variant. We are using GSX, but unfortunately we cannot see the passengers in this plane. That's what top of descent should be here any moment now. 2 more minutes, 32 miles. So I'm going to start recording the sky dolphin. should start descending any moment now. Why are we not descending? Like we're not descending. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's see if we press profile again. We're descending. Not sure if it's because we pressed it all of a sudden, but let's see what's going to happen. Bad error. Like we're 21 feet high. That's hardly anything. So there the engines go to idle. I believe that's the Alba VOR below us. Or no, that was there. This is already further out. Progress page, 10 angles work. Estimated time of arrival, let's call it 0733. Around 20 minutes, so let's select any passengers. So the intercom. Gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. As you may have noted, we've just started our descent into Rome Fiumicino Airport. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Keep the seatbelts fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign has been extinguished. We expect to arrive at Rome in about 19 minutes from now. The temperature at Fiumicino is 14 degrees centigrade. It is not very windy today. There might be a little bit of clouds. On behalf of Alitalia and the entire crew, thank you for flying. So, flight time now 7 hours 9 minutes. So what does the aircraft want us to do? We're now from EOB to OST 30. Flight level 208. In about 35 nautical miles. It's starting to stay at drag, so let's just do that. Like we totally forgot to oh, maybe that's why it didn't go descent automatically, I don't know. saying here that we are a little bit low. It's saying here add drag. Let's see why would that be. Speed 0.829. It needs to go to speed 230. There you go. Not 0.829. So I keep wanting to look at the top one. I think our speed is still okay here, 232. But do note that we have the air brakes or the speed brakes out. So 1011 is still active. Or actual. Still a little bit high here. I was hoping for that pink dot to come to the middle. Looks like this was quite a dive down. It's not like really diving. I mean, if you look at it, no, that's okay. Speed holding steady, 232. And what if we turn on data, what do we get to see? We get the maximum speed here, 230. Get rid of the speed brakes. Let's see what's going to happen. Stand by one moment, I'll be right back. flight, so hopefully nothing broke on during my away mission. I'm thinking there is a Rome airport to the left of us. Right here. That's going to be our runway. So where are we in terms of profile? I thought this should also display a little ball like that thingy, and then maybe here, but it doesn't look like it is. But we have this indicator here to see our vertical deviation, and it's called path error here. It's saying we're 53 feet low, so that's fine. So on our way to NATT. Then after NATT, you can see that's the new waypoint that we create ourselves, the BBD01. So instead of going NATT and then in a very straight or like a quite a sharp turn, we'll just do more like that. So 15,000 feet. So a couple of things. Let's check. We have our QNH currently 1011. Let's refresh to 1011. Split out, that's not split out, so I have to do that at 6,000 feet. Then we have a radio altitude of 200, but I do not see it in here. Oh, there it is. I didn't spot it. It's right there, RA 200. Now I do want to check the ILS frequency. Tank air track, so let's do that immediately. So, speed brake extended. So let's go to the nav web page, and we should see here 111.5539, and that should be exactly like that on our approach chart. 111.5539. So we got those things as well. Let's go back to the performance page and flight plan. The speed should be 210. Once we reach NATT, and that's 5 miles, so let's keep the speed brakes out. 12,300 feet. So we have our landing brake, well, auto brake set to medium. You can see it here as well, auto brake medium. And the seatbelt sign is on. So let's start up the APU. APU rail is flashing. Still saying add drag. So it's still on the landing lights now. So speed brakes retracted. Standing by now for the left turn from NATT to the waypoint that we created, the BBD01. That sounds so peaceful, man. So again, it's saying add drag. Let's just let's comply. So 1.4 miles, speed 209. So yeah, we're definitely going a little faster than that. So at 6,000 feet, we will dial in 1011 for the QNH. So we were a little bit high here. Look. Let's see. First page. So that is now compensating. So let's see if we can turn on the localizer. That would be the approach land. So basically it's saying land arm. Let's retract the seat brakes again. There's our local, there's our glide slope. So we're still gonna go lower. And maybe this is even flap 1 setting already. Not quite sure. We give it a try. Flap 1. So we are following, autopilot is on, AP1 plus nav1 profile to 2500, but land is armed. Land in this side is the lateral navigation, so that means the localizer, and land on this side means the vertical navigation, so that's the glide slope. Glide slope is basically armed as well. We're now getting below it, so that's good. So the approach speed, final approach speed is flat, full flaps, 50 degrees, 140 knots. I don't think we have a lot of wind. It's only 4 knots of headwind, 3 knots now. QNH has not changed. So we're already below 6,000, so let's quickly set it to 1011. And we're getting close to the airport, so let's also turn on the runway turn-off lights. There's our runway. Speed 186. So on our way from EW to PNX. We're captured by the localizer. Speed 170, 170, and then 148, and then 140. So I'm thinking by the time the glide slope is intercepted, I think then we should get the speed in the window here. That should allow us to set the speed ourselves.
Stabilizer motion.
Let's go for flap 2.
Altitude.
We're almost at 2,500 feet now. So flaps 2. Or that is not called flaps 2. That is flap 25. FSS, that is our ILS. So we're now 10 miles out.
2,500.
Right, so let's set this baby down. We're reaching approach speed here, so let's see, 8 miles, still a bit far out. Let's drop the gear.
Landing gear. Landing gear.
And what was that button?
Landing gear. Landing gear.
flaps full. So that's on the flaps of 50, so now, let's see, that's the coastline. What's on radio altitude? 2,100. We're captured by the glide slope now. But there's no speed in the box, so this is all managed. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Stabilizer motion.
And we have the green bar there. Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing. Alright, let's set this baby down, man. There's runway 34 right. So altitude 1500 feet.
Stabilizer motion.
I'm thinking that's the outer marker.
Stabilizer motion.
Alright, so let's turn off the autopilot.
Autopilot.
Now to get us down onto the glide slope, not too fast, just really small changes. You can see how quickly it makes a difference. At this rate, we're doing good.
400. Approaching minimum.
A little bit low. Our mirrors are 200 feet. The inner mark.
Minimum. 200.
Continue.
$100. 50, 40, 30,
Idle.
20,
Flat.
10.
That's a bit of an order. That's main gear touchdown. And that's nose gear touchdown. Reverses out. Welcome to Rome, everybody. Let's exit right here. I'm looking at the aircraft there. I'm not sure if we were supposed to do this. Where is the airport? Oh, actually, take a left here. Okay. Man, this is a hard plane to turn. And not a fun way to turn either. Quite annoying, I must say. flaps all the way up. Let's turn off the landing lights. Follow the traffic ahead of us. Looks like our ground speed is actually 34. That's a little bit fast. But it seems like the aircraft handles a little bit better under somewhat higher speeds. Oh, what's the flight time now? 7 hours 30 minutes. Man, this is such a cool airplane. Totally loving this. So old school, and at the same time it's like an old school type of aircraft, especially looking inside. But it is working with all the, like a lot of the modern systems as well. So making it a lot easier to fly than, for instance, the Fokker F-28. So that's Ryanair in front of us. Now we have some more incoming traffic. Cannot watch yet, or maybe like this. Quickly see. I cannot make out what it is. So this is the real world time and weather at around Fiumicino. About 14 degrees. So let's follow the Ryanair. Not kiss its butt. So we'll take a left turn here. And what's the Ryanair doing? Same. Looks like we are suspiciously close to the Ryanair in front of us. spot might be a little bit small for us. But that's okay, we'll just take a left in a little bit. What do you think we would... Oh, that's nice. Let's turn in here. That's okay. So let's just drive through that ground vehicle there. Right, we'll stop. Let's set parking brake. Parking brake set. Parking brake on. Cool, man. Let's have a look outside. Camera's all messed up. But nonetheless, here we are. Weird camera. Alright, man, I can't stand this. Yeah, something like that should be about that. Okay. So here we are. I have TFDi designed MD-11 passenger variant using, I believe it was a custom livery, Alitalia. I don't think it comes with the package, I think I just downloaded it. And it looks awesome. I love it. And such a nice plane to fly, and such a beautiful plane too. Like the 777, I really love. It's like a super kind of plane, really cool. This has really its own charm, especially since it is also equipped for long haul flights. This old school type of aircraft, as I said earlier, but with basically fitted with most of the modern systems, actually, you know, making it a very flyable airplane. So very nice. So here we are, airport with the Roma. So that's it, man. I would like to thank you very much for checking the video, and if you like it, remember to leave a like every now and then to sort of keep things alive. It's always appreciated to have some to detect some sentient activity on the other side. But anyway, thank you very much for checking again. Everybody stay cool, keep your loved ones close, stay funky, man, and see you at the next video. Bye bye.